And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Korean StarCraft League, week number 45. I'm a horse host live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat and by all of these amazing players as well. Welcome. Hope you all had a great week. Hope you're all enjoying your weekend as we're entering said weekend here and now. With some KSL, with some Korean StarCraft. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Now, just to be fully transparent, these matches are a couple of hours old. How dare I? How dare we? They're so old, Bobby. They're so old. So these matches, they actually did play out live. I want to say 4 hours ago. 4 to 5 hours ago, these matches were live. Of course, you could have checked them out over on Dave Testa's channel, Chicken Man, maybe Steadfast as well. I'm sure there were plenty of English broadcasters covering that event live. Usually we do as well, as we're usually living in the land of Australia with a better time slot and a better time zone for it. But now that we're here in Europa, at least for the next couple of days, for the next couple of weeks, that's maybe a better way to put it. This couple of weeks are here in Europa. It's awful. It's just an awful time for us, Bobby. Awful time. So we're going for some replay coverage instead. Again, these replays are still hot. They're still just, you know, cooling off here after just being played out. And now we're here with some PvP action. We're going to be starting things off with the quarterfinals. We have 3 quarterfinals matches. We have Hero versus Nightmare, followed by Dark versus Creator, and Beyond versus Classic. So this is all quarterfinals matches to lead into the semis, then the finals thereafter. That is the name of the game. That is the plan. Saving during the tournament. I mean, as you know, I usually have my sleep schedule focused around our casting and around our tournaments, at least in Australia. But the setup here is a little bit different. I don't mind. I've already said this before. Setup here in Europa is a little bit different just because I'm in an apartment complex and the walls are far thinner, and I'm not comfortable casting at like 2, 3, 4 a.m. and like disturbing neighbors. Like in Australia, I'm in a house, you know. I'm quite far from any kind of prying ears from neighbors or anything like that, so I could be as loud as I want. In an apartment complex, less so. Again, I don't want to cause any issues. I don't want to cause any problems. I don't want to, like, you know, wake people up when they have to wake up in a couple hours to go to work, you know, right? Like with me going with me like screaming, the walls on the wall, Poppy, and it's like, you know, at like 3 a.m. in the morning and all that stuff. So that's why things are a little bit different here, at least again for the next couple of weeks until I do get back to Australia. Then I can start casting everything live again. Then I won't have to worry about anything like that, about being, you know, courteous to the neighbors and not wanting to be too loud or anything like that. It's like sneezing or sleeping. Oh, don't worry about it, Bobby. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Exclamation mark frozen in the chat. Beautiful. Okay. Would have been woken up in the middle of the night by light screaming, Poppy. Oh, the dream, Poppy, the dream. Ah. But yeah, that's why we're covering KSL live, for example. That's why we're not casting everything. Sorry, that's why we're casting KSL via replays. That's why we're not casting everything live as we otherwise would. But here we go. We're getting into our first matchup of the night. It's going to be a PvP between Hero and Nightmare. Best of 3. Game 1 going to be taking place on hard lead. I'm ready for it. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Hero play. Hero play. Yes, Hero is playing. Again, Hero is very active in the online weekly scene. If you were here a couple of days ago, if you were here yesterday and the day before, you would know that Hero, he is a back-to-back ESL Open Cup Americas champion. He just won ESL Open Cup Americas 216 and 215 as well. So Hero has been hot, especially post-January and February, post-Masters Coliseum, as well as post-IM Katowice, leading into GSL. Again, Hero is looking damn on fire right now. Can he be stopped? We're here to find out. We are here to find out. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our South Korean Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Nightmare. Here we go. It's like we can just set up the matches here, set up the title as we enter our lovely and beautiful PvP. Again, we've seen these two face off many a time, but what I love about them is how aggressive they are, how aggressive Hero is in the PvP matchup. We've been seeing him recently face off against MaxPax, and even MaxPax has been struggling. A lot against Hero as of late in the PvP matchup, just because of how many twists and turns Hero can make, whether he's opening up greedily, economically, aggressively, going for a cheese, going for a proxy, going for an all-in. Again, Hero is very, very unpredictable, and we'll see if Nightmare can keep up. For the time being, double gate opener. 2 gate opener at a Nightmare, 2 gate opener at a Hero as well. We are both mirroring each other. This is honestly a breath of fresh air. It's as I just mentioned, we've been casting a lot of MaxPax versus Hero, and when they face off, there's a lot of like gate expand fake outs, you know, like gate expand double gas into Phoenix Wars. Like, it's a very different dynamic. Just because of how MaxPax opens, it forces Hero to open in kind and like react and respond, and there's a lot of metagaming going on when anyone plays against MaxPax. It leads to a very unique kind of PvP. Here, playing the same, like, let's go. Just 2 gate openers here all around, and we're waiting for our initial units of choice. Again, this is a dynamic that we have not seen in like a week. It's like even outside of Hero versus MaxPax, we've been casting a lot of Estrella versus MaxPax. There's also a weird metagaming going on there as well, and just a weird dynamic. So yeah, this is kind of the most standard PvP we've seen in quite some time. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Here we go. Double Stalker at a Hero, double Stalker at a Nightmare. We're going to be vying for map control. We're going to be moving out across the map, trying to catch each other's initial units. Likewise, both Nightmare and Hero, they're still being active with their probes, trying to keep them alive. They confirmed that the second pylon was thrown down in the main, and likewise, they're also trying to confirm the initial units. We do see that the Stalkers are being scouted, but only singular Stalkers here. As Hero is moving out, and Nightmare did keep one of his Stalkers hidden, which is important because it could have been a Sentry Stalker opener, could have been Stalker Adept as well. There's no clear answer here for what Hero is going to be running into, as the Stalkers of Nightmare do move out. Coming in from behind, Hero does get eyes on the expansion, and Hero's going for 1 base all-in. 1 base all-in from Hero. He does get eyes on the Nexus. Is going to be pulling back, but Nightmare, he has a surround. Beautiful surround set up here by Nightmare. Love the movement early on with his first 2 Stalkers, and he will get a kill on a Stalker of Hero. Big pick off already. So solid start here from Nightmare, forcing Hero back. But again, Hero, he has a 3rd gateway and a rowboat behind this. 1 base all in from Hero, and Nightmare doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's about to walk into, as reinforcements are on the way. Again, Hero, though, he's still down a Stalker, but 2 more come in. They do come in. Nightmare, he has to back off. Seeing the Stalker count is a little bit telling. I mean, I say that, we still only reinforced with 2 Stalkers. There's still no confirmation of a 3rd gateway. Behind this shield battery, we have a Robo in production as well. Nightmare, he's getting ready to defend against the 2 base all-in. Again, Robo follow-ups are very, very safe, just because they allow you to get into Immortals, they allow you to build up and make up for a Stalker deficit, but it's still in production, and here comes Hero. Goes to the Sentries. The Sentry's going to be going down. The first one does fall. Ooh, and Hero saves the Stalker. Big moment there for Hero. Does keep that Stalker alive across the map. Nightmare, he slipped by. Oh my god. Slips by the main army. He will depower the 3 gateways. Big move once again. All game so far. Nightmare, his Stalker movement has been beautiful, by the way. Setting up surrounds, going for these backstabs as well. 3 gateways are depowered. At the same time, though, Hero, he does commit. He pushes in. He has the Warpers to reinforce. He has high ground vision. So far, good juggling out of Hero, not losing anything. Meanwhile, the Stalkers of Nightmare are being forced back. We do see those gateways being repowered, and Hero, the all-in, is still going. The Immortal is still a couple of seconds away. The shield battery in the main base still not done either. Nightmare not quite prepared here in his main. Takes down a Sentry. Good pick off there by Hero. Very nice pick off as the Immortal has arrived, and Hero has to respect it. He backs off to the low ground. Forced out of the main base, but more Stalkers are arriving. Nightmare still has 2 Stalkers out of the map. It looks like he was able to escape. That's going to be a kill on the natural base. Oh, recalling those Stalkers, by the way. Does recall the Stalkers into the fight. Trying to focus on that Warp Prism. Warp Prism will go down. We do deny the Warp in, but we lose the Immortal. And Hero, he just has too much. He just has too much here. It's 2 Stalkers against the 5 of Hero. Hero is forcing this back. Another Immortal has arrived. Without the Warp Prism, I believe Nightmare can force this back, but will he lose the base? Oh! Shields are triggered. Hero pulls back. Does retreat. More reinforcements on the way coming across the map. Warp Prism is being rebuilt as we speak for Hero as well. But Nightmare, he's barely holding on. Hasn't saturated his natural, doesn't really have much of an economy. Meanwhile, we're going for the Immortal. Again, the shield's already triggered and we can focus it down, but we bleed out a lot of Stalkers in the process. Oof. Ay. Hero bleeding out a lot of Stalkers, down to 3 Stalkers left. Another Immortal has arrived, and Nightmare, he's holding. The only thing we're lacking, the only thing I'm concerned about, a shield battery. 1 shield battery here on the low ground would seal the deal, I feel, for Nightmare as he warps in another round of units. There it is, shield batteries on the way. And Hero, he's up against the wall, looking at the unit stab. We throw down the force field. We go for the Immortal, and we can focus it down once again. Good force fields out of Hero. He still has that 1 Immortal remaining as well. Takes down the Stalker. The Warp Prism has arrived. Hero able to accomplish quite a lot with only a little. And a big whoop in the Stalkers. Yeah, Hero once again diving on top of the army, diving on top of the Immortal. Shield battery does not finish. Did get focused down. No shield battery, no overcharge, and Hero, he's done it. GG gets called, he breaks the natural, and Hero takes game number 1. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. As we are going to be getting into game 2. And honestly, that was not a bad game out of Nightmare. Like, things got very chaotic and very close between our players here, where we saw Nightmare kind of coming in multiple times, out positioning Hero and kind of coming in with a backstab. I loved his movement with his Stalkers all around. Again, he just barely couldn't hold. Barely. Like, that was a close defense there, and Hero barely broke through. So shout out to Nightmare as he was able to hold his own, but towards the end, though, again, just delayed shield batteries, or maybe even just being caught out a little bit too far forward as well. Did bleed out too much. Never built up towards 2 Immortals. Only ever had 1 at a time. And Hero did bring him down. But now, we're getting to game 2. Getting to game numero 2. And we'll see how this dynamic changes, if at all, as Hero needs one more to advance on to the semifinals. Nightmare needs to win this game to force the ace match. Let's go. Catching with the channel. Waking up to Gah sounds like a feature, not a bug. Yeah, if only everyone thought that way. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming, DKZ. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss, also from land of South Korea, currently teamless, looking deserving to be on a team. It is Nightmare. And we'll see if he can fight back against the best Protoss in Korea, arguably the best Protoss in the world right now. Can Nightmare pull it off? As for now, is moving out with his probe. We should be seeing 2 gate openers all around. Gateways have been thrown down for our players. Probe's going to be scouting. Nightmare opening up double gas. So is Hero. So far everything is looking as it should, as the gateways are on the way. Okay, we can see Hero not quite tempted to go for the faster expansion. Does open up 2 gateways back at home as well. So 2 gate versus 2 gate. Last game, both players opened up with double Stalker. We saw Hero commit to 1 base all in. A 1 base all in that barely worked, by the way, but did commit to it. We'll see what our players have in store for us this time. Is it going to be Nightmare's turn to 1 base all in instead? That is the question. So we do have, again, Hero Will both players just wait for the cyber cores? Both players are scouting with their probes. Nightmare throws down his second pylon in his mineral line, and so does Hero. So both players are fully aware that there is no proxy. No proxy pylon out on the map. And interesting, it is going to be double adept out of Nightmare. Going to be opening up double adept. Meanwhile, we have Hero opening up Stalker Sentry. Let's go. For those that are curious, the Zealot started up just to make it look like he was making 2 units at a time, waiting for his gas, then canceled the Zealot, goes into the Sentry. Just to hide a little bit further what exactly he's going for. As we can see, he's trying to hide that Sentry as well. Yeah, Nightmare, he backs off. The Stalker reveals itself to the pylon. The Sentry doesn't, as Hero went for a more safe opener. Meanwhile, Adepts are moving out. They fan out across the map, and it looks like we do come across the probe. Yeah, probe has been found. At least Hero does scout his opponent, does confirm the Adept opener. But the probe is going to be chased down. Back at home, we're going to be expanding. My eyes are on Nightmare, as he also takes an expansion. He also doesn't go into additional Adepts. It's only 2 Adepts into Stalkers. Ooh, Nightmare going for an interesting follow-up, going for a Robo. With this, he will gain access to something like Immortal Production. Will keep him safe once again against an all-in. I mean, didn't save him last game, but almost did. Again, it was a very close game. As Hallucination comes in, does confirm the expansion, does confirm the Robo as a tech of choice. So this leads Hero to believe that his opponent is going to be a little bit more passive, most likely. And Hero can get into a longer game. Blink is on the way. Again, he's got plenty of sentries and hallucinations to work with as well. Adepts are going to be threatening a shade. With this, we should be going into a prism first, I imagine, just so we can potentially go into a Adept harass across the map, but we'll see. As Adepts, they do shade in. They shade into the main base to go for the sentry. Oh, one more shot. The sentry, it looks like it will be going down. Big pick up there by Nightmare. Gets a sentry, gets a probe, he gets 2 probes. Good pickups overall. And just like that, Nightmare takes a worker lead. He's ahead in workers, going for the Immortal Production as we mentioned, so he's just a safer, just going for a safer follow-up in general. So there's a bit of a give and take here. A give and take that we speak about quite often in PvP, how because of the Immortal Production, Nightmare has a less mobile army. He does not have Blink, which means he can't really move out and be aggressive and be assertive. Not until he gets Blink of his own. Twilight Council's on the way. That should be for a Blink, or we can skip it and go into Charge instead. We have options. But regardless, Nightmare's going to be chilling back at home outside of his Adepts harassing, which, you know, they've been active, getting some value here and there. Speaking of Adepts, they have been caught out. They have been caught out by Hero, shading on back. See Nightmare just taking a defensive position here on top of the ramp. Hero himself getting to his own Robo. Blink is done for Hero. We can see that we're not going to charge. It is still going to be Blink for Nightmare. He's just playing catch up. Until then, again, stuck at home. And I'm waiting to see any player expand and take a 3rd base. And there it is. Hero will be the first to take his 3rd. He does have map control with those Blink Stalkers. Nightmare, he needs to take his own 3rd as well, but he can't because of the army of Hero. He's just camping outside his base. Oh! Ooh. Stalker is going to be going down. Hero even recalling back home as there are some Adept shading in. Once again, 2, 3 probes go down. Can we get a 4th? Oh, not quite. But Nightmare once again takes another economic lead. He was able to get one earlier, then Hero recovered. Nightmare taking one again. Probe finally moving out again. He should be looking to expand. There is potential for an all-in here, where we have 2, soon to be 3 gateways up and running for Nightmare. Oh. That's he was able to snipe a unit. There it is. 3rd base is now on the way. How many Immortals do we have? We're up to 3 Immortals. 3 Immortals here for Nightmare. But you can see he's just being picked apart here, losing a Stalker here and there. wherever Hero can. Oh, triggering those shields. Oh my god, overextending a little bit there. Does get a sentry. And will not quite be punished for it. Stalkers barely do escape. Meanwhile, across the map, the Adept Harass is just non-stop. It just keeps going. 3 more worker kills across the map. Very nicely done. Just continuing to hinder the economy here of Hero. And that advantage that Hero once had, I mean, now he doesn't have it. What I mean by that, Blink. Blink is now done for Nightmare. He has the higher immortal count. Looking at the armies, we have a comparable Stalker count, just higher immortals for Nightmare. On top of that, Nightmare hasn't been losing any workers this entire game, so he's been freely just taking up, focusing on his production. Gateways are on the way. Prism as well. We're going up to 6 gateways. That's a lot of gates. And this should be for a push. With the arrival of the War Prism, we should be moving out with this army, and we're up to 4 immortals. My god, we have quite a number available here for Nightmare. Hero, he has a decent defensive position. He's got 3 immortals of his own. He's going for his own gateway explosion with 6 gates on the way. Charge +1 Temple Archives. We're spending a lot of money on tech and production right now. There's a lot of money being invested here. What about the main army though? Because here we go, Nightmare is pushing. It's moving out. Crashes into the main army, does force a blink. We do have 2 shield batteries set up. We have an overcharge as well. Good defensive position here for Hero. Nightmare forcing his way up the ramp. Will bleed out a Stalker. Good moment so far. Good force fields by Hero, but only caught 1 Stalker. It's Nightmare rotates over towards the 3rd base. Slides into one of the immortals. Good force fields as well. Zones away the other 2 immortals of Hero. Overcharge is going to be popped. The immortals are trapped. And we had 3, now we're down to 2, now down to 1, now down to 0 here as Hero loses every single one of the immortals. And Nightmare has a massive army advantage. Zealots are coming in, they're soaking a lot of hits. Immortals being forced back. Oh, the juggling. Barely keep the immortal alive. We barely do save it. As Hero won't quite commit. Yeah, both players, they bounce off each other. Again, it was a pretty solid defense serve by Hero in the sense that saves the 3rd base, keeps alive, did bleed out a lot of immortals, but survived, and that's what's important. And now we can get into the rest of our charge loads. We have +2 on the way, 4th base being taken. Nightmare trying to take his own 4th and trying to catch up in terms of all of that tech. 4 gateways, charge, Temple Archives, +1. Ooh, the upgrades here were heavily in favor of Hero. Nightmare playing catch up. And Hero looks like he's in a relatively comfortable position here. I mean, he's got a better army with those Zealots. Doesn't have too many Archons, doesn't need them right now. As Nightmare yet to really invest too heavily into his own Zealots either. Immortal production continuing here for Hero. Just to be safe. And the game is going to be settling. The game is going to be settling from here. We're calming things down. Calming things down. After a pretty intense moment. And we are just going to be heading into a longer game. Now, the question becomes, do we take up even further than this? Do we head towards Disruptors at any point? Head towards Robotics Bays? So far, we're still committing to Chargelet Archon, Immortal Blink Stalker, which is a pretty well-rounded army composition. But once we get the 4th base, once the 4th base gets fully saturated, that's when we can start thinking a little bit further ahead. Whether it's Sky Toss, whether it's Disruptors, whether it's DTs, like we can afford some, more expensive units to really mix in. And make our armies a little bit more efficient. But for now, Hero takes his 4th and he's pushing. He's moving out. Oop, spotted by the Stalkers. +3 is on the way. Hero does have an upgrade lead. Nightmare not starting +2. Doesn't start +2. Stalker's going to be going down. Nightmare cheat with a massive amount of Zealots here. Oh my god. Thankfully, we do have those 3 Archons. And here we go. We do go for the fight. Nightmare not able to engage here with his overcharge, but that's a lot of Zealots breaking through. They're trying to at least. Yeah, more Zealot reinforcements coming in. We collapse on top of the Stalkers. We focus on the Archons. And these 3 Archons, they just were not enough. We focused on one of them. The juggling is good, but the army's just crumbling here. As we focus down the Prism, Archons go down, and Nightmare, he just has to keep on pushing. Again, Hero just was not ready for that, was not expecting that many Zealots specifically. The Archon count just barely was not enough. And Nightmare, he's snowballing out of control, collapsing on the army, takes down the shield battery, denies the overcharge. The power of the Zealot. Again, it's not that they do too much damage, but they do so amazingly, just tanking here all these Stalker shots. Buying time for the rest of the army to get damage done. We do have Zealots coming from behind though. The Zealot on Zealot, but GG gets called. Hero's army was broken. And Nightmare ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. We're going to the ace match here. Again, Nightmare initially was struggling to break Hero's third, if you remember, and both players kind of bounced off each other, and Hero had quite a lot of advantages going his way, but the army composition is where things really did differ, and we saw those Zealots really shine, again, tanking so many shots on their own. Clearly, we saw that it wasn't just that there weren't enough Archons, but I do want to praise Nightmare for not bunching up his Zealots. That's what's dangerous about Zealots charging into Archons, is that if the Zealots do bunch up, they take so much splash damage from the Archon shots. That's why they're a part of the composition. But Nightmare, he just had a thin line of Zealots, was able to spread them out beautifully and was able to collapse on Hero. GG, well played. As we're going to game number 3. Let's go. We go. 100% of Polish people in this stream support the Gaha. I believe that is a big enough sample size to assume that holds true for all of Poland. Oh, I don't think that's how math works. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss player representing CranKy Z Gaming. Being forced into the ace match in this PvP, it is a Hero. And spawning in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player himself, forcing the ace match. Currently teamless, deserving to be on a team. It is Nightmare. Again, a lot of teamless players in Korea right now. They were at one point all picked up, but a lot of them have been since let go. I'm hoping that we can get some more teams interested in the Koreans. The most recent pickup, I believe, was Shin. I don't even, what's the name of his team? Oh, you know what? But Shin was recently picked up by a team as well, which is really cool to see. He was teamless for a period. He joined Gaiman Gladiator. That's it, Gaiman Gladiators, which is really cool to see. I'm hoping that players like Nightmare, players like Bunny, DRG, that they're able to find a nice home as well. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Stats, all the ex-Kwangdong players. As for now, we're getting into our openers. It's going to be double gate opener at a Hero, 2-gate opener at a Nightmare. Everything looking as it should. No surprises yet here. Again, we've already had an all-in this game when Hero went for the 1-base all-in in game number 1. And Golden Aura has a very short rush distance. The reason why I bring up all-ins, Golden Aura has a very short rush distance. You can be very aggressive on this map and have a lot of success. So far, neither one of our players are going for a proxy. Pylons have been thrown down in their respective bases. We have a Hero opening up Double Adept. Meanwhile, we have Nightmare opening up Stalker Sentry. So a bit of a role reversal. If you remember, it was in the last game where Hero opened up with a more safer opener with the Sentry, and it was Nightmare popping off with his Adepts. And I think all in all, Nightmare killed 9 probes. Like, it was pretty impressive how much economic damage Nightmare was able to deal against Hero. 9 probe kills in total. So Hero has a lot to live up to. We'll see if he can reciprocate, if he can emulate that and even exceed that as well as he moves out with his first 2 adepts, and he's committing into a 3rd and 4th adept. He could even go up to a 5th and 6th adept thereafter as well. Oh boy. That's a lot of adepts. They are going to threaten the shade. There we go. Okay, we're going to be cutting adepts here at 4. Meanwhile, Hero takes the unnatural natural. Oh my god. I mean, adepts take a long time to kill a pylon, so he refuses. Doesn't kill the pylon. It does get up and running. There we go. Adepts now going to be shading in. They didn't want to, but now they have to. And yeah, Hero's in a really awkward place. It's going to be so difficult to defend against run-bys here. Behind this, Hero going for a robo follow-up, going for something more defensive. Nightmare, he sees that there's no expansion, by the way. He may think it's an all-in. He may be deceived a little bit as we have a Twilight Council on the way. That should be for Blink. Nexus getting up and running. Stalker counter getting higher. Shield battery thrown down just in case. Don't blame him. But yeah, I mean, Hero, his own natural is actually faster than that of Nightmare's. And here come the Adepts. We see Nightmare moving out. Adepts, they're going to be threatening a shade. Into the main base. As we do wall off. We do wall off in time. Nightmare moving out, and again, he needs to get a read on what exactly is going on and what the base count is looking like. Force back the army, does see the Nexus. Force fields have been thrown out. We catch a Stalker. We get 1. Can we get a second? And really good force fields by Hero. Does get a second. Now a 3rd Stalker as well. Oh, sorry. 3rd? What? 2nd Stalker. 2nd Stalker goes down. Big pickups there. Nightmare back at home. Trying to get his own 3rd gateway up and running. But Hero has arrived. Warping in the face of his opponent. Again, Hero, he's only got 2 gateways. But he is pressing his advantage. Picking off Stalkers. Getting another one very low. And Hero essentially has Blink with that Prism. Prism does take a volley. Oh, Stalker goes down. And not the best trades there from Hero. He gets a shield battery, but loses a Stalker. Goes for another warp in. Blink is soon about to finish. Dark Shrine on the way. Bold move here by Hero. And this is becoming more and more frequently. Where I remember last year, 2023, I would talk about PvP, the dynamic that there is in PvP, and talk about how, like, Dark Shrines in this matchup, you know, they end games straight away, like, maybe once a month sort of thing. You know, it wasn't the most common of thing, despite the fact that we casted more than, like, 2 times a day at least. But, it's been happening more frequently. We've been seeing this, like, 2 times a week. Like, it's been happening a lot more when it comes to DTs just waddling in and just ending the game. And I'm bringing this up because I don't see detection. There's no Robo here for Nightmare. There's no Stargate. There's no Forge. Dark Shrine is about to finish, and it may just end the game. Oh boy, not again, Papi, not again. It happened yesterday. It happened in the Estrella series, in Estrella versus Max Packs, and even the week before that, it happened as well. Like, it's been a lot more commonplace, and it's a little bit smooch. Robo's on the way, looking very exposed. Dark Templar are warping in here on the right-hand side with the Warp Prism. Oh, no. And as Nightmare takes the 3rd base, as his main army is being fended back, we do recall into the main. DT is waddling in. And there's no detection. Probes are going down. DT towards the natural as well. Do we go for the Robo? That's the question. No, we go for the probes. Good force fields, but the pylon is... We still have access to the pylon. Pylon is going to be focused down instead. Yeah, DT in the main, DT in the natural, overcharge, keeping that pylon alive a little bit further. Oh. But now there are 2 DTs in the natural. That's going to be 8 probe kills. Robo is going to be powered. But this is a pretty brutal amount of damage. Oh, do we go for the sentries? Oh, he wants them. He thinks about it. And this is going to be cleaned up. This is going to be dealt with. But this is done so much already. Like 8 worker kills. We've killed a couple of Stalkers. force fields, overcharge as well. And behind this hero, he's up 10 workers. He's up 10 probes. Third base is up and running. We have Blink on the way and Shadow Stride as well, which is Blink for the DTs, +1 in production. Hero with a massive lead, and Nightmare from here may be forced all in. Like, we have to make a really tough decision right now. Nightmare, it's either we saturate our third and play from behind and try to catch back up in a different way, but an FC Shade into the natural. We have an FC the natural. We have a DT here on the front lines as well. Is going to be cleaned up, but we distract the main army, and we get another 5 probe kills. Did I say 5? I meant to say 8, as we get more adepts in the main as well. 9 probes fall. Oh, and the economic disparity here between the two players is massive. You can see how full the production tab is for Hero, because he can spend he has money to spend. Nightmare doesn't. Nightmare just reprobing. Falling behind. GG gets called. We don't even get the final fight. There is no final fight because the DTs did basically end the game. GG. Hero takes the series 2-1. GG. Congratulations here to Hero. Again, it is a dynamic that was a little bit more rare in PvP, but it's been happening more and more frequently. I wonder what it is about the meta that shifted, because winding it back, proxies are a lot less common nowadays. Proxies are a lot less common, and maybe greed is a lot more common, so we just delay our robos. Like, delayed robo is maybe more prevalent nowadays, these past couple of months. Because of that, DTs waddle in, and there's just nothing for them. There's no detection whatsoever, and they can just end the game. And it didn't end the game immediately, but it basically did here, where Nightmare was trying to recover. He couldn't go for his own all-in, and the economic damage was just too much with that. GG. Congratulations, as Hero advances on to the semifinals, and we are here to determine who faces off against him. Who else advances on to those semis, as we have a Terran versus Protoss up next between Bjorn and Classic. Let's go. Another quarterfinals match. The match from the quarterfinals. Here we go. As game 1 is going to be on Hecate. Again, great to see Bjorn here once again. He hasn't been as active recently in the ESL Open Cup Asias, at least. So good to see him return. And we're going to be seeing more of Bjorn next week as well, as he has been invited to the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown. Bjorn is going to be facing off against Cure in a best of 7 later on this week. Later on Tuesday, but here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. We have confirmation Tuesday the 5th of March, which is in a couple of days. We will have a show match featuring Bjorn in a TVT, but here we get to, showcase him against a Protoss player instead in a TVP. I am here for it. Ooh. Again, Classic, it feels like he's been overshadowed recently. I feel like a big reason for that, one, obviously Classic wasn't able to be a part of IM Katowice, which was a little bit unfortunate. But even more so than that, in recent online events like KSLs, like ESL Open Cup Asia, ESL Open Cup Americas, Classic has been getting knocked out in a bunch of Protoss versus Protoss matchups. Whether it's Nightmare, whether it's Creator, like Classic, he's been denied deeper runs because of the PvP. So I'm happy to see him in something outside of a PvP. Like it's just been, it feels like it's been nothing but PvPs for like the past couple of weeks. So I'm glad that we're able to showcase Classic elsewhere. Going for a gate expand. we have seen, okay, Cyber Expand, sorry, Send Opener. We have seen Classic. He has a very unique setup here in this matchup. More often than not, Classic will throw down his tech at the natural. Doesn't seem like something that too many other pros adopt, but Classic does it more often than not. So I'm curious if that's going to be the case here as well. Now, we have a solid Reaper wall here in the main, just to deter them from getting behind the mineral line. So good Sim City. Meanwhile, back across the map, it was a double gas opener. Something we don't see too often from the Korean Terrans, but this is going to be double gas into an add-on swap into Cyclone production or Widow Mines. There it is. Cyclones are on the way for Bjorn. Oh boy. Meanwhile, Classic going for a Robo opener. That is unique. Okay. So there's a bit of a give and take. There's a bit of a give and take going on. One, Bjorn rarely scouts. Kira does this as well, where Kira and Bjorn in this matchup, no SCV scout. No SCV scout, and sometimes they even skip their Reapers. As we're seeing here, no Reaper from Bjorn. He has no idea what is going on. He's blindly going into his own double gas build, into his double Cyclone. Cyclones have been revealed. More Cyclones on the way. Mass Cyclone here from Bjorn as he moves out across the map. Meanwhile, Classic blindly went for a Robo opener. Now, this is typically to rush into Colossus. We get Safety Immortals, then into a Bay, then into Colossus production. Like Gigafast Colossus. This is designed to hard counter something like a 3 racks. It is a very safe way to play. Against Mass Cyclone, though, I'm not so sure. I'm not familiar with this kind of newer dynamic with the newer Cyclone. Stalker goes down, we get 1. Ooh, and we get the second Stalker just before the shield battery does finish. Brutal there as Bjarni gets into the main base, gets into middle line. Probes are going down. That was so unfortunate. 1 more second is all we needed. 1 more second would have been it. Would have kept that Stalker alive, as we will bleed out these Cyclones, but we get 6 probes in the main. That is it. 7 probes, 8 probes. Cyclone does get trapped, but you can see how quickly they kill workers. Not just probes, but drones and SCVs as well. Cyclones, they annihilate workers. It is insane. Shield battery goes down as Cyclones are continuing to be produced. There's that Bay on the way we mentioned. A Robo opener in this matchup usually is for fast Colossus. There it is, the Bay for Colossus production. The problem here is that Classic is stuck. Classic is stuck at home. He cannot move out, not anytime soon. That is the downside of this build, is that unlike Blink or Phoenixes or even Oracles, they don't allow you to be active. So Classic, he's stuck at home. Bjorn is free to be as greedy as he wants. He is going for a 2-1-1 setup. Stim is on the way. Big prioritization on Stim, actually. This is a build you don't see too often. Usually the Tech Lab is add-on swapped with the factory and we start tank production. But we don't need tanks. We saw that there wasn't Blink on the way, right? We did see the Robos, so Bjarni's going to be abusing this. He's going to be trying to go for a more active style, going into Stim, into a more bio-heavy army. Drop play upon us here for Bjorn. We'll see what Classic can whip out, as he's just building up and working towards Extendable Lance, working towards Colossus production. Cyclone Jolt moving out, so Viking production. We already have our first Viking out. And yeah, Bjorn is looking pretty comfortable. I mean, he saw everything he needed to. And Classic is being defensive at home. He's just stuck at home instead. Stuck turtling up. And we saw how much damage 1 Cyclone dealt in the mineral line. Show us 2. Show us 2 Cyclones as Bjarni does manage to drop in. Probes are going to be going down, and we are so free to continue this drop. Remember, no Blink Stalkers, no Phoenixes, which means there is no secure way to deal with the medevac. We kill 6 probes, and now we drop into the main, and we're going to kill even more workers. Like, we can just have our way with Classic. We got 11, we got 12 probes, 6 in the main, 6 in the natural. The Stalkers, they get a couple of hits in, but again, there's no Blink, so they cannot chase this down. And Bjorn, he just floats away. He just flies away here. And he can live to fight another day. He's coming back in! Oh my god. Ooh, we thought about it. Thought about doubling back. Stalkers are in position. We can see Classic going towards a Stargate. Going towards Void Rays, Phoenixes, even Sky Toss. But before that happens, Bjorn, he finds another way back into the mineral line. He threads the needle right in between the bases, gets 1 more probe at the natural. And again, he knows that there's just nothing to stop him. Nothing to scare him off. It looks like the medevac is going to escape. Oh my god! Saving one! He killed the stalkers! No shot. Bjarni kills the stalker, does manage to evacuate, saves one of the cyclones, and now he can come back in again. Looking at the unit loss tab, 24 probes. 24 probes for 3 cyclones. That is insane. That is an insane amount of damage done. And now here comes the main push. That was the thing. All this damage has been dealt with 2 units. 2 cyclones. That's it. That is all we had, and now we can focus on the main army, on the main push. Here we go, as we do have how many Marines? 18 Marines, 8 Marauders, 2 tanks. We're heading towards a 3rd base at the same time, dropping in towards the natural. Our goal here to pull Classic apart, and we'll see if we can. Scan reveals a Colossus. There's 3 Colossus. That's a lot of Colossi. 2 of them will stay back. 1 of them does rotate around. Marines, a similar for the focus down the Phoenixes. We have the Nova going up. Not quite connecting. Here comes the main army. The Marauders, they dive on top of the Colossus. Overcharges pop, but it's going to be focused down. And GG gets called. Bjorn pulls Classic apart and takes game number 1. GG. That was a brutal game. That was Bjorn was in the driver's seat the entire time, and again, a big reason for this, a big reason for the success here that Bjorn had was because of the build, specifically of Classic. We spoke about it. This is a big reason why robo openers are not common. We see them every now and then, but they're not a very common thing because you just relinquish so much map control. Without Blink Stalkers, without Phoenixes, it's so difficult to keep up with drop play. You can defend against main pushes, like because we rush into 3 Colossus so quickly, we can defend against the main push. That is true if we have everything together, but we are so vulnerable to being pulled apart by drop harass, and that is what Bjorn is known for. That's what he's best at. That's where he can thrive. And as soon as Bjorn saw that robo, I'm sure he smiled a little bit to himself because he's like, yo, I can have some fun. I can have some fun, Papi. Let's go. So, yeah, Bjorn able to really spread his wings and fly there in more ways than one in game number 1, taking a lead in the series. But now we're getting ready for game numero 2. Let's go. Do you ever stream your ladder games? I do. Very rarely. I want to stream more frequently. I want to stream more regularly, but unfortunately, I just don't have a lot of time. Basically, I'm just full-time casting, and when I'm not casting, I'm editing VODs, I'm making thumbnails, I'm scheduling VODs, working on social media. Like, it takes a lot of time, and I wish I had a little bit more free time. So I stream every now and then. I try to stream like maybe once a week, if that, on my personal channel. I don't stream on the CranKy Ducklings. This channel is only for casting and sometimes like some like team content, like sometimes do like 4v4s with the other casters and stuff like that. But whenever I do stream, I stream on my personal channel. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0, looking damn strong in that first game. It is Bjorn. Hi, Diamond. Masters 3. Masters 3, borderline Masters 2. I'm 4.4. I've never hit 4.5, but I'm like 4.45 MMR. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. We have as opponent, we have Classic. Yeah, my goal to one day hit M2. One day, Papi. One day we'll get there. Again, my issue has always been like consistency. Like if you're not able to ladder consistently, then it's hard to really like it's hard to do more than just maintain your skill, which is usually what I've been stuck with. Unfortunately, but here we go. We're getting into our second game. Once again, it's going to be a double gas opener here out of Bjorn. It is going to be double gas. followed by our factory here. With this opener, it does mean that our natural is going to be delayed. We saw the same opener in game number 1. Did see the same opener. And we'll see if Beyond does mix it up here, as this time he's going for a Reaper. Let's go. Going for the Reaper. Additional Reapers, actually. Ooh, this looks like a Reaper Hellion. As we are getting across the map. This time we'll be scouting our opponents. We do see that Classic did go for a Gate Cyber Expand standard opener. And we're keeping an eye out for our tech of choice. Once again, the Robo. Classic, he really wants to make this work. It's going to be a Robo opener here from Classic. Beyond does get eyes on it. He does confirm. Probe going to be focused down. We're going to get another worker as well. The Adept out of position. Classic does rotate back around. Will force back that Reaper. But again, Beyond, he saw what he needed to. Now he's fully aware of what Classic is up to. And the same things apply from game 1 to game number 2, where Classic, with this opener, he can go into a fast Immortal and into fast Colossus production, and he's going to be amazing against a biocentric composition, but against drop play, you can struggle. You have to be able to have the map awareness and map vision to be able to respond in time and be in position preemptively ahead of time here, which is difficult to do. As Beyond does threaten the natural with his Hellion Reaper. Back at home, getting into his own mine drop. Working towards his own mine drop as well. Not a miscommitted mine drop, it's only going to be a handful of Widow Mines, so this is just designed to really scout. Classic, this time rushing to a very fast Stargate. Okay. I kind of like this. There's a lot going on. So one, we skip the first Immortal, or we delay the first Immortal. We're going into a faster Stargate. This will alleviate some of the issues that Classic had in the last game, where he just had no way to deal with drops. At the same time, Reapers and Hellions are being shut down in the center of the map. They will be forced back. As the drop is on the way. What's important here is that Beyond will scout this. There's the bait. Again, we skip the Immortal. That is a risky thing to do. As we only have 3 Stalkers to defend. Drop making its way towards the main base. We do get eyes on the Stargate.
Additional supply depots.
Fully aware what's going on. Mines are going to be dropped Marines as well. Up. Oh, but the mine shot's not ideal when we only get 1 worker. Good cleanup here by Classic. He does force back the drop. But again, now we're aware of the potential of Phoenixes. Beyond, he knows. He knows back at home, Safety Cyclone is on the way, more Marines. Getting additional worker kills. As Beyond is going to retreat, is going to back off. Barely avoids the Phoenix. And interesting, Beyond's reaction to this setup is to go for a 3rd CC. A very fast 3rd CC, by the way. As the medevac is going to be hunted down. Yeah, there's no saving it as it does fall. Beyond moving out just to try to preserve it. And he will pay a price as the tank gets lifted. We do save it just barely for a little bit longer as it does get focused down. Classic chasing back the army. Really good trades here. Classic, he shut down the medevac. He shut down the tank, shaving off these Marines. Really good stuff here from Classic. As he does have map control. At the same time, Widowmine did attempt to waddle in. Oh, there it is. I was like, am I blind? Widowmine going to be chilling here. At the 3rd location. The probes! No! Ooh. 3 probes do go down. That mine drop finally paying for itself. Before going down. And yeah, Classic is going to be free to expand and take his 3rd. He's going to be free to build up his Colossus count. He has now Phoenixes to deal with drop play. And Beyond, upon recognizing that now there are Phoenixes, he's going to ease up a little bit. What I mean by that, we did delay our own medevac production. I mean our reactor medevac production. Our upgrades in favor of a 3rd CC. So much more economic follow-up here from Beyond. Rushing a little bit more into his 3 base economy before getting into his aggression. Yeah, he's working on the Ghost Academy as well, so he's thinking a lot further ahead. Very mid-game oriented from Beyond. Yes, he is moving out with a drop, but he isn't looking to end the game. Looking to harass, looking to poke, looking to prod. while he expands. There it is, third CC being landed on location. Classic working on +1 air attack, committing quite hard here to Phoenixes. He's only got 2, but he has more on the way. There it is, Fleet Beacon in production. Classic, he does this both against Terran and against Zerg. It's so greedy. It's so greedy, and I don't know if we can get away with it. Second Stargate on the way, Fleet Beacon. We're rushing into Sky Toss. And we need time. Classic, he needs time. He's very vulnerable at the moment. He's cutting Colossus here at 2. Cutting at 2 Colossi. And if Beyond does decide to commit to an attack, then Classic will be in a lot of trouble. We can see here that Classic is basically puffing up his chest. He's forcing back the army. Beyond doesn't exactly see how many Colossi there are. It's only 2. It's only 2 Colossi. Barely any support as well. Classic doing everything he can to just force Beyond to back off. Again, he's only got 2 Phoenixes as well. Despite the Stargate opener, he barely has any anti-air. Fourth base is being taken. We're getting into Disruptor production as we speak. Carriers are on the way. Again, we just need a little bit more time here to get away with it. What I should emphasize is that 2 carriers is not enough. Like, we typically will need up to 4, 6 carriers ideally to take critical mass. Otherwise, the Marine Army can still deal with it, as we are pushing in. This time with a couple of ghosts, we have EMPs. EMPs are available. Speaking of, oof, they do connect. Scan gets eyes on the army. Reveals 2 Colossus and a Disruptor. Beyond knows. As we're going for a drop here towards the right-hand side. Shout out to the Observer as we do get eyes on the drop. Classic fully aware he's getting in position. Oh, moving out already with his carriers. I'm not too sure if I'm fond of this, but he's about to reveal his hand. Like, Beyond hasn't seen, he doesn't know. Looks like the Observer is finally found. Oh god, oh! It escapes! There we go, we get the EMP. Observer will go down. Beyond boosting in with this triple drop. Does get eyes on the carriers! And now he realizes what's been going on. Realizes what's been happening. Medevacs are going to be saved. Beyond consolidating his army. Working on +1 ship weapons. 3 more Vaxes. Second starport immediately gets thrown down. We need Vikings. We need Viking production. And it looks like Classic has made it here. It looks like it took a little bit too long. Even if Beyond pushes with this army, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Not against Disruptors. How many Disruptors do we have? 2. 2 Disruptors. 2 Novas going to be available. Here comes Beyond. And how good can these Novas be? As Beyond does not commit. Again, it would be an anti-timing. We're waiting for 2-2. We're waiting for at least 2-2 to kick in. So 2-2 still on the way. 4th base being taken. 2nd starport now getting up and running with that reactor. And yeah, Classic, he's been able to get away with it here. He has 4 carriers, soon to be 6. More Disruptors on the way. Temple Archives for Storm, for Archons. 4th, soon to be a 5th base. Beyond is going to be the first to max out. We'll see if he's able to collapse on that army. But now, denies the 5th. Good pickup. Good pickup there by Beyond. As the 5th actually does still stand strong. The Ghost. Decent EMP, but we pick up a Ghost. And we save the 5th base. I thought for certain it would be denied. But no, it does stand strong. 3-3 now on the way for Beyond. +1 ship weapons did finish up. Army still impede. We do blanket the entire army. Nova does connect. But carriers are being focused down. Cloak is not good enough. We have the scan. We have the army. We dive on top of the Disruptors. They get focused down one after the other. And Beyond, barely cannot break through. We are lacking anti-air. Where are the Marines? Where are the Marines? Where are the Vikings? Only Marauders here. As Classic does hold. Now, Classic, he lost basically his entire ground army. He lost every single Disruptor, which is brutal. But did we really lose any carriers? I don't think we did. We lost 1. 1 carrier went down. So we retain our carrier count. It's getting higher and higher. Do we have a second robo? Ooh, we do not. That is dangerous. That is maybe a bit of an oversight here. Classic only has the one robo, so a fight like that, where he loses 5 disruptors, it takes so long to rebuild. To the point where we're not making any more disruptors. We're going for High Templar, we're going for Storm. This is risky, by the way, because they are vulnerable to EMPs. That's the plus side of disruptors, is that EMPs do nothing against them. So risky move here at a Classic. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? Disruptors, EMPs don't affect them, true, but they also don't shoot up, right? And we do need something for the Vikings. That's where High Templar come in. We need a way to zone those Vikings away to help support the carriers. I guess what I'm getting at, ideally you have both. Ideally you have both as they cover each other, but we only have one right now. Here we go. Bjorn pushing forward. Quadrupling on top of those Vikings. Big storm. Oh my god. Massive storm and a slow zone as well in the army. Bjorn is being forced back. Decent EMPs. The mothership getting low. Does get focused down. Another storm. This time just zones the army away. We still have one more storm in the chamber. I believe one more storm left over. As Classic continues to push in. She'll see EMP. Oh. EMP gets High Templar. That's it. No storms. No storm, no disruptors, no Colossus, no splash damage whatsoever. Just Stalkers and Carriers. Is this going to be enough? As Classic is pushing in, boys are being pulled. EMP did connect with the Carriers. And can we break through? Carriers are now being focused down. We get one. We get a second. The ground army trying to break in. But we're stimming on forward. We're running out of interceptors. And Bjorn, he does it. He breaks the army. Focus down every single carrier. One carrier survives. We deny the warp in. And we clean up the entire army of Classic. He plummets in supply. It did cost Bjorn some SCVs. He did have to pull the boys. But he takes a massive fight. And what does Classic have left? Stalkers. He has a gateway army. He's making one disruptor at a time. We mentioned before that skipping and avoiding the second robo was huge. The fact that he just could not replenish his disruptors. He cannot. Carriers, they take too long to produce here, and Classic is being forced further and further back. Overcharge gets focused down. Boys are being pulled, but against Marines, against Man with Gun, it's not going to be enough, and Bjorn, he has done it. GG gets called. Bjorn takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, you saw the power of the EMPs in that final fight. We had another storm available, but some brutal EMPs landed. The High Templar, they had to morph into Archons instead, as they had no energy left. And again, without any splash damage, there was nothing to zone away the Bio or the Vikings, to be fair. Whether it would have been another storm or another Purification Nova, there was nothing to stop Bjorn from just going ham, breaking through. GG. GG, well played. That was still a close fight, though. Like, let's be real. That could have gone either way. If we did have maybe one additional storm, could that have been enough? Could that have swung things in Classic's favor? Maybe. Maybe. GG, well played. Congratulations to Bjorn as he does take the series 2-0, and Bjorn advances on to the semi-finals. And as we get ready here for our next match, a big shout out to Top, aka Kiwian. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much. Annyeong haseyo. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. I was gonna say like a StarCraft ladder session, but I know Kiwian has been playing a lot of Stormgate. So whether you're playing StarCraft or Stormgate, hope you had a great time. Hope you enjoyed yourself. And welcome back. Welcome back, Kiwian. I know that you were on a hiatus, and I remember you posting, was it a month ago? Maybe like 2 months ago, like your return to like streaming and stuff like that. So welcome back. Hope you've been enjoying yourself. Hope you've been having a good time. I know you have been finding success in Stormgate as well. So yeah, welcome back. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. For those that are tuning in, welcome to the Korean StarCraft League, week number 45. This is a bi-weekly tournament. Every 2 weeks we host an event here. It is not region locked, but it is centric and focused around the Korean scene. And I say we host it, not us, we merely cast it. A big shout out to Chicken Man and Dave Testa. They are two other community figures that do organize this event, and you can support this event via Patreon. Patreon. Sorry, my mistake. Not Patreon. You can support it via Patreon. KSL. That's it. KSL in the chat, and you can get a link to the Korean StarCraft League Patreon page where you can support the Korean scene yourself. You can support it yourself. You can gain benefits. I think the biggest benefit is replay packs. So if you do want replay packs yourself, then you can get them via Patreon. So got you covered there if you're interested in that sort of thing. Or maybe you don't care about the replays. Maybe you just want to support the Korean scene. If so, again, the Patreon is there for you. Check it out. Just catching up in the chat. Lo está destruyendo a Classic, papi. Oh, un poquito. I mean, Game 2 was really close. Game 1 was brutal. If you missed out, Game 1, I recommend it. Bjorn had his way with Classic. Here in Game 2, it was a lot more back and forth and a lot more competitive. Like, Classic, he had his moments, right? Like, it was really risky of him to rush into carriers the way that he did, especially off of 2 Colossus. But he did it, and he made it. Like, he made it to a critical mass of carriers. You could argue that maybe he overextended towards the end, or his production wasn't set up to really support his army either. Again, I was being a little bit critical about his lack of second robo, which meant that after he lost his 4 or 5 disruptors, he never rebuilt them. He was never able to rebuild those disruptors and never able to support the army the way that I'm sure he wanted to. But regardless, good game. Good game. GG. As we get ready for our next quarterfinals match. Catching up. Capital ships? Just get man with gun and blow up the sky like it's 4th of July. True. True, Bobby, true. Who needs a massive fleet when you have man with gun? Exactly. It's beautiful. Oh yes, exclamation mark B in the chat as well if you do want to look at the Wikipedia page. Be careful with the Wikipedia page though, because these are casted via replays. These replays they're still hot off the games themselves. Basically the KSL was played out 4 or 5 hours ago. But it was very early in the morning here in Europe. So we're going over the replays merely a couple of hours after the fact to catch up on what did occur here, as we are still in the quarterfinals. Up next, we have Dark versus Creator in a ZVP. Let's go. Let us go. As game number 1 going to be taking place on Hecate. Yes, welcome everyone, welcome. Annyeong. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And if you're curious, if you're interested, then of course we do cast StarCraft here on a daily basis every single day. We have some StarCraft for you, whether it's the KSL, whether it's ESL Open Cups, whether it's WTL, Kung Fu Cup, our own events that we do host, alongside many others. So consider following if you're interested. Otherwise, we're diving into game number 1, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Club NV. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing his new team, Talon Esports. It is Dark. Going for a 15-15. Let's go. Not an opener we see too often from Dark, but he does sprinkle it in every now and then. Basically, this is a very safe opener. 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. It does allow you to get your hatchery up and running ahead of time. It does basically mean that this probe that otherwise would have denied your hatchery placement won't be able to, as traditionally a Zerg player will be forced to expand at the 3rd base location, either the linear 3rd or the triangular 3rd. So this is just a really safe way to get your natural up and running undisturbed. The downside here is that you do delay your gases. Your gases are going to be quite late. But very often we do see Zerg players just skipping speed here in this situation and go straight into roaches. That is a risky thing to do in a ZVP though, so It's just going to be late Ling speed here for Dark. It should be late Ling speed. So now he's just going to be droning on up. Back at home, Creator just going for a gate expand into the Cybercore, standard opener out of Creator. And of course, he scouts the safer opener as well. The other added benefit here, in a way a benefit for Dark, is it isn't just a faster hatchery, it also means faster queens. So again, you can just be safe against like earlier game aggression if there was something like a proxy or something like a cannon rush as well. You will be a little bit better prepared against that sort of thing, as the gas is now being prioritized. Yeah, we do have to catch up with that Ling speed. Until then, outside of that, you know, everything's looking pretty standard. Pylon has been thrown down. Based on the placement, this looks like a Stargate opener. Usually, if it's Twilight Council, we want to hide the pylon and put it a little bit further back behind the middle line, make it a little bit more difficult to scout. So I imagine that's going to be a Stargate, but we'll see. We'll see if Creator does decide to spice it up a little bit further and go for a Twilight Council instead. Meanwhile, Dark is going to be zoning back that probe. We'll soon be taking a third. There it is, Ling speed is on the way for Dark. Does pull out of gas, so he's not committing into a lair or a roach warren or a baleen nest. Just Ling speed as we drone up again to a longer game. Meanwhile, that is in fact a Twilight Council, not a Stargate. Creator, what do you have in store for us? I'm ready. I'm excited. It is not going to be a standard opener. We're going for the Robo. Now, this could be one of two things. This could be 4-gate Glaive Adepts, but if it's Glaives, we usually pull out of gas. Oh, speaking of... Okay, it's Glaives. I was like, we usually pull one out of gas each, and we have. We have 2 mining and then 2 mining in the second gas geyser. Glaives should be researched. There it is. If we stayed in gas, it most likely would have been a Dark Shrine. It would have been a DT opener. Or it could even still be Glaives, but if we stayed 3 and 3 with 6 in total, then we would have gone up to additional gateways. Instead of 4-gate Glaive Adepts, could have been 6-gate Glaive Adepts, or Glaives plus DTs. Again, Creator just being as efficient as possible. Pulling out in time, back at home, Dark taking his 3rd base, droning on up, getting set up here. Still has yet to go for a scout, but I'm sure he did recognize that the warp gate was not delayed, and it is going to be 4-gate Glaives in total. 3 gateways on the way, 4th gateway is done. Just to reiterate, this is not an all-in. Not an all-in by any means. This is a way to get ahead economically and expand behind it. So Creator, he does need to get some economic damage with this, because this is delaying everything else. This is delaying Blink, delaying the Forge, delaying +1, delaying the 3rd base, delaying our economy. It's a pretty big investment here, and if it doesn't deal enough damage across the map, then Creator will fall behind. So high risk, high reward. As the Adepts are shading across the map, we can see that Dark is getting ready. He's getting safety spores because he doesn't know it's not DTs. Like, these Adepts, we would still have 4, by the way, if it was Dark Templar. Now the Overlord does confirm additional Adepts on the way. Roach Warren still not quite done yet, but Lings are amassing. Lings are amassing. Queens, they do push forward first. They engage with the Adepts. They should be able to transfuse. They keep each other alive, but one Queen may go down. And we pick up a Queen. As we do get forced back. At the same time, Adepts, they shade in or they get warped in towards a 3rd. Nothing to kill here. No workers are active. Dark cutting workers at 38, which is pretty standard here. Pretty safe number to stop at. Queens, they zone the prison out of the main base as well. We see Creator expanding back at home, and this hasn't been worth it so far. I'm a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit concerned for Creator, as he hasn't killed a single drone. Again, he denies mining at the 3rd, and Dark is soon to be getting oversaturated. Oh, he's a little bit supply blocked. Massive link counterattack does hit the 3rd base. Adepts are going down. The base is getting surrounded, and this is what happens when you don't deal enough damage, when you don't trade with the army, as the 3rd is denied. Big pick off there by Dark. Again, punishing Creator's build, punishing the fact that he just did not do any damage across the map. And taking this 3rd, it's going to be an uphill battle. It's going to be difficult. Lair is on the way. Roaches are amassing. Eva Chamber for +1 range. And Dark, he can now saturate his 3rd. He's safe. He is safe and sound. Has dealt with the opener of Creator. He could try to come in once again to deny the 3rd, but he doesn't need to. As he's just threading the bases here and droning up. Now, what are we working on? We're working on a Baneling Nest, which is interesting. That tells us that, yep, it's going to be +1 melee. So it's going to be Ling Bane Roach Ravager as an army composition. Very solid choice here from Dark. And he should be feeling pretty comfortable. If Dark wanted to, he could set up for a 3-base all-in. I don't think he needs to. A 3-base all-in would be around 66 drones. Like, sub 70 workers, you cut saturation, you get a 4th base just for lava, and you just send it across the map. I'm sure Dark does smell weakness here, does recognize how vulnerable Creator is. Did get into Immortal production behind this, warped in a massive wave of adepts. Creator is going to be pushing, but Dark, he has an army. There it is, Banelings are on the way. Roaches are amassing. Dark, he saw this coming ahead of time, and Creator, he is committed, by the way. Initially, the adepts didn't do enough damage, but here he might have a little bit more success. Shading into the natural. Roaches are amassing. We do end up engaging. Yeah, we commit to the shade. Adepts say shade him, but the Banelings! No! The Banelings were in position. Big connections, and every single adept goes down. Dark reading Creator so well there, and that was not the shade to commit to. He lost everything. We have Immortals left over, and Dark is going for a big counterattack. He knows that there's nothing left at home to defend. Creator, he has a handful of Stalkers. He has a shield battery. That's not going to be enough. Ay, ay, ay. Again, we see Creator harassing with the Immortals, doing what he can. But that's all he really can do. Again, we have an overcharge. We have a force field. Banelings, they're waddling on in. And GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. And Dark takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Again, an unfortunate attack there from Creator. Like, he had potential with his Adepts and with his Immortals, bearing in mind he was not all in. He was expanding behind it. He was saturating his 3rd base. But we saw that committing to that shade was brutal. The Banelings, they had just finished morphing in, and they happened to be in position as well with that shade. And with that, GG. Dark does take a lead in this series, but it's a best of 3. It's a best of 3. We can bounce back here. I want to believe that Creator can. Again, the thing about game 1 is that we didn't really learn anything. Like, game 1, the build of Creator was very aggressive and not very standard. So, you know, I'm sure we have plenty more builds and plenty of different kind of outlooks in games that Creator can really flex here against Dark. We'll see what he does next. I guess what I'm getting at, we're not going to see 4-gig Glaive Adepts again. Unlikely. Unlikely choice here from Creator. I'm sure we'll see something different. Something that they might have more success with, but here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Club NV. It is Creator. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent once again going for the 15-15. We have our Blue Zerg player representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Leading the series 1-0, Dark needs one more to advance on to the semifinals. Creator, he has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. Probe gets across the map, rocks up at the natural base, but is really awakened here, really comes across a hatchery. As Dark, he's going to be able to get his base on location, followed by the spawning pool, followed by the late gas. So same opener 2 games in a row. If you're a Zerg player out there, and if you're maybe frustrated with always being forced to expand at your 3rd base location, then a 15-15, you know, that could be the answer that you're looking for. It does mean that you are less aggressive early on. As we did mention earlier, gases are late, so late ling speed. It means that you're a little bit more passive in the early game, at least until ling speed kicks in. That's the downside to it. But if you want to play safely, this is kind of the go-to currently. Players like Raynor and Shin are very fond of it. Raynor and Shin, they do this almost exclusively every game, not just in ZVP, but they do it against Terran and Zerg as well. More often than any other opener. They really like it. Meanwhile, players like Solar, Dark, Serral, they sprinkle it in. They sprinkle it in every now and then, depending on the situation, depending on the map. And we've seen here that Dark has done it 2 games in a row, but I'm sure he just wants to play safely against Creator. Doesn't want to take any chances. maybe feeling confident, even if he is a little bit behind economically, that as long as he opens up safely, he'll be okay. As Creator going for his Gate Cyber Expand, or Gate Expand to Cybercore. Cybercore is done. Our tech of choice will soon be on the horizon here for Creator. Pylon has been thrown down. Again, we saw 4-gate Glaive Adepts in Game 1. And based on the pylon placement, very similar yet to Game number 1, it's another Twilight Council. Now, after what just happened, I don't expect this to be 4-gate Glaives. And the added benefit of a Twilight Council opener is that you can be flexible. We spoke about this earlier. If we don't pull out a gas, we can go into a Dark Shrine, right? We can go into a DT opener. We could go into 6-gate Glaive Adept, something more committed, something more all-in. We can go into like a charge-based all-in, or... Blink isn't really seen here on 2 bases, so that's not really on the table. But we have options. We do have options available here. Ooh, Glaives is started. This looks like 3-gate Glaives. What I mean by that, no Robo. Oh, no, there we go. Never mind. So, if you remember last game, the Robo was thrown down before Glaives started. We have not pulled out a gas. We've not pulled out a gas here, so my eyes are on Creator right now. How many gateways are we going to be committing to? How hard are we going to go with this? So we have 1 gateway done. We have now 2 gates on the way. That's 3 in total. Now we have a 4th gateway. So we could either throw down a 5th and 6th gateway, or we can go into a Dark Shrine alongside this. So my eyes are on Creator here with how we want... There it is! Dark Shrine. It is going to be Glaives plus DTs from Creator. So we are mixing it up. It looks like Glaives, but it isn't 4-gate Glaives here from Creator. There's a little bit more added to it. As we mentioned, again, I was like trying to piece it together. Like, we haven't pulled out a gas. We have to spend it somewhere. It's on DTs. So both are going to be coming out this time. And even if the initial Glaive Adepts don't do damage, if Dark cuts corners, if he skips the spores, then the DT follow-up, that can wreak havoc. That is also why we saw last game Dark throw down safety spores, and yep, they're on the way now, just because it is not uncommon to mix in DTs, even if you see Adepts. So as a Zerg player, you have to be safe, and you have to throw down the spore. So we have a spore here at the natural, no spore at the third, no spore in the main. Lings, they do try to knock down that front door, and it looks like the Stalker's going to be going down. Good pick up here from Dark. He's going to be cutting workers at 36 a little bit earlier on. If you remember, last game he cut workers at 38. Queens are pushing forward. Roach Warren is finishing up just in time. Roach is going to be on the way. This is a much earlier Roach Warren for Dark compared to last game. So much more prepared. Wings are keeping up. There is an opportunity for DT to do damage, though. We commit to the Shade. Oh, that was not a good move, as every Adept is going to go down. A bit of a misstep there from Creator. At the same time, DTs are being warped in. We don't have a spore in the main. It is not in position. Lings, can they hold position? Can they keep that spore alive? It looks like they barely can. Oh my god. Can they, though? Another spore comes in from the natural base. We do save the workers. We do save the main. Again, quick moves there out of Dark. Forced to recall back home. And Creator's in a rough position. As the dust settles, the Adepts were thrown away. The Adepts didn't do any economic damage. And the DTs, I think they killed 1 drone. Not even. They didn't even kill a worker. They only traded with Lings. And now Dark has map control. Now Dark has map control with these Lings. He can drone up to his heart's content. He can work towards a 2-base push. Now, what is scarier this game compared to Hecate? Oceanborn has a short rush distance by ground. And, Roach Queen all-ins are not unheard of in this matchup, on Oceanborn specifically. The creep is already getting halfway across the map. We're spreading it through the center. So we can see Dark be aggressive as the follow-up. We have Archons moving out. Meanwhile, Dark going to be saturating his third. Queens amassing. Archons, they can trade well, and I love this. We're clearing up all the creep. We do have our Observer. As we deny creep, here comes a big link counterattack, but we have an Archon back at home. We do defend the third base. Creator's third will not be cancelled, not this time. Ooh, and Dark, I assumed would be going into Roaches, but no. That is a fast Hydra Den. Okay, so Roach Hydra on the horizon here for Dark. Or Ling Hydra. Overseer's Transfuse is saved. The base is forced... Oh, sorry, the Prism is forced back. And I feel like the game is still very tense at the moment. We have 3 gateways on the way in addition to the 4 that we already have, so 7 gates in total. Sorry, 8 gates in total. It's a lot of gateways. We are taking gases at the 3rd. I was getting ready to call like a 3-base charge all in, but gases are being taken. Creator, I'm sure thinking of a 4th base. Meanwhile, Dark rushing into Ling Hydra. Again, it is a really risky composition. Ling Hydra is ideal against Blink Stalkers. Against +1 Blink Stalkers, like Ling Hydra, they can go to town. Against Charged Lot Archon, it's a little bit more up in the air. I kind of like Creator's army overall, depending on whether or not Dark makes Banelings. If he goes into Baneling production, then he can do well. But we'll see as Creator, he is pushing, by the way. War Prism is coming in to reinforce. We have how many gateways? Yeah, we have the 8 gates behind this, as we did mention. We have not taken a 4th base. Creator, he is committed with this push. We're going in. No forge, no upgrades, no longevity to this army. Creator is all in. He has to end the game here and now with this army, otherwise he will be outscaled. Ooh, the Prism did overextend for a moment. A decent force field here. Archon's getting damage done, but where are the Zealots? The Prism! The Prism, it's so exposed, it does go down. We deny the warp in, and without Zealots, we cannot defend, we cannot protect this army. As the Roach Hydra is slowly breaking through, Archons are going down, the Immortals are exposed. Creator, he has 1,000 minerals. He's warping in back at home, but again, we needed those Zealots on the front lines. As Dark, he does defend, he does force back the army. Dark holding on here with 4 bases, has a good economy behind this. Creator, how do we transition? He is forced to take up 4th base, now on the way. It's so late, but now we have a 4th, 2nd Robo into a bay. Now the downside here is that Creator, he still doesn't have a forge, so 0 upgrades all around for the foreseeable future. But a nice power spike for him is going to be Colossus or Disruptors. Like Disruptors, they don't care about, like, it doesn't matter if you have like two Disruptors, like they're still going to one-shot units. So something like Disruptors and Colossus, they can still benefit you a lot even without upgrades. So we're trying to take up our army at least. Make use of what we have, and there it is. Yeah, Disruptors on the way. That makes the most sense, as they are affected least by upgrades. Meanwhile, DT's coming in. Ooh, drone damage being dealt here. 1 DT at the natural, 1 DT at the 4th. We have 5 drone kills all up here. Not too bad. At the same time, Darky does rock up. He takes down the Prism. Takes down the Prism. Can he deny the base? Can he force a cancel on the 4th base? Looks like he will, as it is canceled just in time. Dark, he does lose 10 workers back at home, but denying the 4th is huge, as he's containing Creator to 3 bases. Look at how oversaturated he is. You may be looking at the numbers here like, oh, Creator, he's fine. He's got 75 workers. I mean, he's not mining. He's long distance mining even. Oof. So Creator still in a very rough position. Still has not recovered from the failed all-in from the opener. Oh, never goes off. Good split. Second over does connect. Juicy connection on those Hydras as we collapse on the army. And we deny the 4th. That's what we needed. Dark, he wasn't looking to commit. He wasn't looking to kill. He just cancels the 4th base, kills 11 probes, then backs off. That's all he has to do. Contain his opponent to 3 bases. That is Dark's win condition. This Creator pushes forward. Forge is done. +1 is on the way. Let's go. We're working on catching up on upgrades. We're getting there. +2 on the way for Dark. Creator pushing forward. Has he rebuilt his War Prism? He has. That was an adventurous blink. Yeah, brutal blink there from Creator. Decent Nova here on the Hydras. Creator warping in on the front lines. I mean, how many Disruptors does he have? 5. That's a pretty hefty Disruptor count. We can take a fight. I don't know if we want to, but we can. You can see Dark again. He's checking. He's checking for the 4th base. He has a changeling towards the left, links towards the right. Creator's pretty all in. Again, he needs a 4th desperately. Alas, he cannot expand. Dark is maxing out. Again, Darky just looking, waiting for the engagement, waiting for the surround. Bailing speed is finishing up so we can incorporate some Bailings. Hive is on the way for Dark as well. He has a relatively low drone count, but again, his opponent's all in. He needs an army. Nova does not connect. Good splits here by Dark. The Novas, they whiff. But that was 2 Novas. We have 2 left. 2 Novas remaining. Now we are down to 1. Again, only 4 Disruptors. We have 1 Nova in the chamber. Dark has to be careful. At the same time, again, still no expand. Still all in. But we pick off a Disruptor. Very nice catch there from Dark. We're down to 3. 3 Disruptors left. Nova goes off. Big connection on some of those Hydras. The Bailings, they roll in. A massive amount of Bailings. They crash into the army. Disruptors, they go down. Chaos is being caused here. Havoc and Dark. He collapses on the army. Takes down Immortals. Takes down Disruptors. 1 Disruptor left. I'll pick up there from Creator, but he will lose everything. GG gets called, and Dark will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Dark as he does take the series 2-0. Creator with very aggressive builds. Remember, game 1, it was 4 Gate Glaives. Game 2 was 4 Gate Glaives plus DTs. Plus Dark Templar on top of that. Which eventually dealt some damage, but overall, like, Dark shut it all down. He was able to shut down the aggression, maintain his economy, gain control of the game itself. We saw here in game number 2 that Creator was forced into a secondary all-in with his Zealots, but he was missing Warp-ins. His Prism died early on, so he could not reinforce. After the first failed all-in from Creator, he was in a really rough spot, and that led into him going into those Disruptors. And he had potential. He had potential with those Disruptors, but as time was going on and on, it was getting better and better for Dark. Like, the game was, as time went on, it was working in favor of Dark. They're able to get into Hive Tech, Bailing speed, Bailing tech in general. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. As Creator is eliminated from the tournament and Dark advances on to the semi-finals. 1A Bailings, GG. Fun fact, those Bailings were not A moves. I don't know if you noticed, but it's a little thing that pro Zerg players do is against, not just against Protoss to be fair, but mainly against Protoss, you actually move command the Bailings. So 1M is M move command. But you move command the Bailings forward, which is why you saw them running past the Stalkers and they were just like rolling around. They weren't actually detonating on anything. Just because, fun fact, you actually do more damage that way. If you A move into Stalkers, the amount of surface area that you're able to get with the Bailing is actually less than if you just move command in and you allow the Stalkers to kill your Bailings, because the damage is then increased as they get further in, they get better surface area on Stalkers in general. They just do more damage that way. So, fun fact. The move command, Papi. It's OP. So, GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into the semis. Getting into the semifinals. We have 2 semifinals ready for us. We have Hero versus Cure and Bjorn versus Dark. Oh, Papi. Really good matches. We are going to be going on a short break, though. We've reached that halfway mark. We just wrapped up all of our quarterfinals matches. We're going to be going on a short break. You can take this moment to, get some water, stretch your legs, posture check, look away from the monitor, look after yourselves. And in 5 or so minutes, we're going to be back in time for the semis. Okay, take this moment to hydrate your Hydras, stretch your Roaches, tuck in your Tempest, and cuddle your Colossus. We'll be back in a few with the semis. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Korean StarCraft League. Korean StarCraft League week number 45, the semi-finals. We just wrapped up with all the quarterfinals matches, and now we're here to determine, out of our 4 players, who advances on and makes it to Los Gran Finales. As you can see before us, we have our first semi-finals of the night. It's going to be Dark versus Beyond in a Zerg versus Terran, followed by a very different matchup, followed by Hero versus Cure in a Protoss versus Terran as well. So we have Dark, Hero, Cure, and Beyond. Who will make it through? We're here to find out. We are here to find out. We'll start things off with the ZVT, followed by the TVP, followed by the Grand Finals. Let's go. Let us go. Again, Beyond and Dark, they have faced off many times in these online weeklies, and I would go as far as to say that Dark's weakest matchup, and everyone has a weakest matchup, unfortunately. You know, I would say Cyril's is ZVZ, Clem's is TVT. Dark's, I would say, is ZVT, especially against a very fast player. But there's a lot of metagaming between Dark and Beyond. A lot of metagaming going on, which is what I love between them. So how will this story unfold? I'm here to find out. We are here to find out. Now, if you've been watching Beyond recently, Beyond's TVZ, and if you've watched maybe the past month of his play, I'm referring to Beyond in the GSO qualifiers and Beyond in KSL. Beyond has been going for non-stop all-ins. Like, it's been crazy. We've been seeing a lot of 1 and 2 base all-ins from Beyond against players like Solar, DRG, like Shin, the other Korean Zergs. Like, Beyond has been just doing non-stop all-ins. I'm curious if that is still the case or if that trend has ended. We'll see. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Going for the 15-15. We see this a lot more commonly against Beyond, just because the 15-15 in this matchup is a little bit different when it comes to the benefits. So we saw it against Protoss, against Creator, and how it allows you to expand on location, and it just gives you just a nice, comfortable setup in the early to mid game, as you don't have to expand elsewhere. That is true. Against Terran, that isn't really a benefit because you expand on location anyway at your natural base. The benefit here is you can open up gasless. Now, what I mean by that, Dark has the option to go 15-15 into Queens, delay his link production and delay his gases and go for a third base. He does this very frequently on maps like Golden Aura, on maps like Radisson Station, and on maps like Oceanborn. We can see here, not the case. Okay, we're going for the gas here. We are going to be committing into Ling speed. I did say he had the option to go gasless, but isn't going for it here. Not yet, not this game on Site Delta. But we can defend with early game Queens. Queens, they come out a lot faster with this build. And you can skip out on Ling production. And there it is. We have 2 Queens on the way. You can see here that we're not making any Lings right now, as we do not need them. Back at home, Beyond going for a Rax Expand standard opener. He should be going for an SCV Scout as well, as he has chosen not to. So a little bit greedy here. So Beyond, he avoids the SCV Scout. He's going Marine first as well. And my apologies, that was not a Rax Expand. That was a CC first. Oh boy. So we have a safe opener by Dark. We have a greedy build by Beyond. Again, it was a CC first, no SCV Scout, late Reaper Scout as well. Very greedy here by our Terran player. And we're going for a third CC. Oh my god. So again, CC first, no SCV Scout, delayed Reaper production into a third CC before factory. This is the greediest build you can go for in this matchup. Like, you the only thing you could do differently here is like CC into CC, then into Rax, but that's just crazy. Like, that's just unviable. But this is borderline insane. Again, as we have very limited gases, we're going into a 3 Rax follow-up as well, an aggressive follow-up here after the initial greed of Beyond, and we'll see if Dark can punish this. Now, if you're curious, What would straight up kill Beyond is Roach Aggression or a Bane Bust. Like, again, we have such a late factory here, late production in general, late units. We have one Reaper and one Marine. That is all that Beyond has to work with. So, again, any kind of early game aggression would kill him. And Beyond didn't even SCV scout, so he doesn't even know if there's any early game aggression coming his way. We can see that Dark has been joining. We can see that Dark has been happily joining. Dark has yet to figure out what has been happening. He doesn't have an Overlord across the map. Ooh, okay. His Overlord placement is, again, really safe. He has them here over the main attack paths. He did not send an Overlord across the map. He has no idea what is going on. And Beyond is going to get away with this. He's getting away with this. We have seen Beyond do this before on Alcyone. Specifically, it was post-IEM Katowice, or was it before? No, sorry, it was pre-IEM Katowice. It was Beyond versus Raynor. Beyond versus Raynor in ESL Americas a couple of weeks ago, where Beyond did do this as the Reaper does go down. Fun fact, Maru did something very similar here to Raynor at IEM as well. Maru did this also on Alcyone. Overlord Scout comes in, and now we realize what's been going on. We see the rack setup, we see the delayed factory, we see the third CC's already in orbital as well, as we're getting into double E-bays. Like, it's insane what Beyond has gotten away with, and Dark can't punish. It's too late. It's too late at this point. Dark cannot punish his opponents, and even getting supply blocked a little bit as well. 4 Overlords on the way. Dark saturating his third. Beyond in the midst of taking his own, as it is going to be on the horizon. And yeah, this is wild. it's a little bit crazy. I think what I'm most intrigued by is, as I just mentioned, these kind of builds, these kind of openers are usually reserved to larger maps. They're usually reserved to Radisson Station and Alcyone. So to see this on Side Delta, again, bold move, but it makes sense. This is another one of the larger maps. Has a ramp leading into the natural, so it has a better defensive position here as well. It is harder to punish, harder to be aggressive on. So we'll see if Dark can keep up. Because as you can see here, the worker counts are looking very similar, which is never a good thing for the Zerg. Beyond, he's on 53 workers, plus mules on top of that. He's got his third base up and running. Dark just now getting his fourth. We're on an even base scan here. Dark is behind economically, is what I will say. And he is not droning. Dark, he's amassing Lings. We have Lings on the way. Lair just now being researched. Very late Lair here from Dark. Oh my god. Lair plus mainly Nest as he went for a double lever chamber first. Lings, they do flood in. But they do hit the third base. SCVs are going to be going down. Do we have enough reinforcements? We do. Beyond barely does hold on. We can see Dark still flooding Lings across the map. He wants to break this third base. I don't blame him. There is no bunker. SCVs once again being pulled. Dark, he desperately wants to punish this, and he is killing SCVs. He's barely breaking through, and again, Beyond still not quite getting away with it. We break through, every SCV goes down, every Marine as well. 14 SCVs fall. And across the map, Beyond is going for a double drop. That's why he was vulnerable back at home. A lot of his army was across the map. Instead, he's going for the Queens. Gets one. Gets one, two. 2 Queens go down. But we focus down the medevacs. And can we clean this up? It looks like we barely are. Yeah, with Ling reinforcements, the drop is being cleaned up. Lings across the map, they still deny the third base. And Beyond barely was punished. Whew. Oh boy, that was close. So Beyond, despite how greedy he was, he will be bleeding out 18 SCVs, 27 Marines. And just like that, Dark is in this. He's in this game. He's double expanding, getting his 4th and his 5th base. Once again, he dives in with the Lings. Has to respect the army. Beyond does have 1-1. But he's not snowballing out of control the way he wanted to. Now, finally, second factory's on the way. I don't know if you saw, he was trying to get this factory up and running like 2 minutes ago when the Ling flood started. Desperately was trying to get into his factory production. Double drop here across the map. Dark, can he keep up? So far, yeah, he does react in time. Doesn't sustain too many losses. Drones will make it out. As we do threaten the Queens. Oh, getting a lot of damage done. Good movement here out of Beyond. Kills the Queen. And can he get the base? Oh, God. It's close here. Very efficient trades. Medevacs are taking a lot of hits. from the Queens. The Lings, they go down. We stim on forward. We focus on the Queens one after the other, and this drop has gotten out of control. We finally force it back, but Beyond traded so well. He lost 10 Marines for 30 Lings and 3 Queens. That was an insane trade. Again, the power of the Marine when there are no Banelings. And we're not done. We're moving out with another double drop, and we can see that Dark, he is struggling. He is rushing to Hydras. The Hydras are vulnerable. As we see here, we stim on forward. Boys are being pulled. Mine shot's going to be going off. We lose 10 workers. Finally, Banelings are coming in. Remember, because of the late lair, that meant late Baneling speed. And that's why it just took so long to get into this. On top of that, to be fair, Dark was prioritizing Hydras. Dark, he's barely holding on. Widow mines are resetting. Oh, there's 2 more mines left. Oh. Ooh, big connection on the Banelings. And we have one more Widow mine remaining. Detection is coming in. Yeah, we stim on forward. Oh, but the Hydras will hold their own. They do hold their own for a time. Beyond gonna be picking up. Threatening a drop into the main. Behind this, amassing his army. He has gone up to 3-way saturation. We should be seeing a 4th soon, and there it is. 4th is now finishing up to expand towards the right-hand side. 3-3 underway. Beyond, he does have quite a substantial upgrade lead here with his upgrades. I mean, because of the opener as well. So there we go. We drop into the main base. We go straight for that Hydrogen. Up. Hydrogen is going to get picked off. Very nice pick off there from Beyond. Does deny the upgrade as well. Does deny the upgrades. Has Dark, he's still on the back foot again. His trades have been brutal. That's why Dark has barely been able to keep up. Barely been able to keep up in the supply. Hive soon to be on the way. Beyond stimming forward. Up. Oh my god. And the Banelings, oh, they will not connect. Massive mine shot goes off just in time. Shuts down the Banelings, and Beyond, he's stimming on forward, focusing on whatever is left. How many Banelings do we have remaining? 10. Oh, is that going to be enough? Do we have enough in position here as a good target firing once again out of Beyond is forced back. At the same time, double dropping the main base. We snipe the infestation pit. We go for the second Hydrogen. Oh, not quite. We rebuild just in case. Yeah, the Hydrogen is going to be going down for the second time. We just won Hydra speed. As these are still slow Hydras and Dark is being pulled apart. It's just been too much damage. Too much too quickly here. 6 drones go down. Mine shot's going to be going off. Decent Baneling connections. But that was every single Baneling. We have 2 left here. Trying to engage. And Beyond is going to be forced to pick up, but it's just too much. GG gets called, and Beyond takes game number 1. GG. Beyond with a wild start to the game, going CC first into, again, into no SCV Scout, into Delayed Reaper, into a 3rd CC, Papi, into double E-base as well. Not the first time we've seen that build from Beyond, but the first time we've seen it against Dark. He's done it before against Raynor. He's done it a couple of times actually against Raynor. Yeah, against Dark, he's able to almost make it work. I say almost. The Ling counterattack from Dark was really important, and because of it, he was able to stop Beyond from snowballing out of control early on. But the trades, the draw play from Beyond was insane, and that more than made up for it. More than made up for the lack of workers and the dead SCVs, as he was trading so damn well. And with that, Beyond takes a lead in the series, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Oh, I see Senor Angry in the chat. Hero versus Cure. No, we are casting Hero versus Cure after this. I apologize if I didn't make this clear, but after we cover Dark versus Beyond, we're going to be casting Hero versus Cure, as it was covered by some of the other casters live at the time. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. Leading the series 1-0, Onomas, one more is all he needs to advance on to the grand finals, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Talon Esports. Looking to fight back, looking to claw his way back into this. It is Dark. Here we go. This time, Byun going for the racks first. Let's go. Going for the racks first this time. No CC for shenanigans, which I think is a wise move against Dark. I do think that a greedy build like that you do once in a series. Do it once, don't do it again. And I would have expected that kind of greedy opener on Alkyone of all maps. Instead, standard game as we had it on Side Delta instead. Meanwhile, we are going for that hatch first. It's going to be a hatch gas pool, standard opener here at the Dark. This time, it is not a 15-15. To kind of go under the theory as to why, at least I would assume. If you remember, game 1, Dark did go for a 15-15 opener. That is because Side Delta is a lot more prone, I would say, to something like a 2-racks. 2-racks Reaper specifically. Here on Alkyone, it's very macro-oriented. Longer rush distance by ground, a lot of bases to be taken, very defendable as well on 3 and 4 bases. We see a lot of late game on Alkyone, which is, I assume, why Dark does not go for the 15-15 this time. Standard opener instead, so Dark won't, or he will have a better economic start compared to game 1. We'll have that better economy. Meanwhile, Byun getting into his CC on location. Once again, 2 games in a row, no SCV scout. No SCV scout from Byun. Again, we've said this before, but players like Byun, players like Cure, players like Maru, these top Korean Terrans, they often skip their SCV scouts, both against Zerg and Protoss players as well. And even Terrans, like they're just that much more efficient. They're very, again, confident in their ability to react in time, react and defend, and rely on their Reaper scout instead. Doesn't mean they always skip it, but most of the time they do. As Reaper does dip into the natural, trading with the Lings. Looking for a way in. Dark is able to get his third base up and running. Did slip a drone away. And behind this, Byun is going for a third CC before Starport, but after the factory. So just a standard economic opener. He isn't being anywhere near as greedy as he was on Side Delta. Now going for the add-on swap, going for Hellion production. And this should be leading into a Starport into Banshee play. It should be, but we'll see. Oh my god, never mind! As I say, we should be getting into a Starport, but this is not the first time we've seen Byun play mech. If you were here last week, or sorry, 2 weeks ago, Byun versus DRG, Byun played mech against Dongray Gu as well. And I remember at the time, a lot of people in the chat were like, what's going on? Byun, what? Why has he fallen? You were the chosen one. You were meant to be the one never to play mech. But Byun, he has been playing mech recently. It makes sense because Maru has been playing mech. And if Maru's doing something, typically Byun does it as well, as they are good friends. And yeah, that's a second factory. Ay, ay, ay. 2 KSLs in a row. Byun, he's whipping the mech out. Third factory. Just in case you wanted, just in case you were coping in the chat, and you're like, oh no, he'll switch back to bio. Cope? Nah. Third factory here for Byun is going for the battle mech. Again, Maru's been doing this. Clem has been sprinkling this into his play, and clearly Byun is as well. It's not like they play mech every game, but like in a best of 3 or a best of 5 against a Zerg player, they will typically whip it out at least once. At least once. As you see, Dark going for a very early Roach Warren, by the way. That is a hidden Roach Warren behind the natural base. We're cutting workers here at 43. We're not saturating the third base, or we're barely saturating the third, and Dark is working on a push. Has he scouted? He has not. He doesn't even know what's going on in the main base. He hasn't seen anything in the main, but he's going for a Roach Ling push nonetheless. Here we go. I mean, it's quite committed here from Dark. He's moving out across the map. He is being spotted here by the Hellions. Big scout by Byun. He sees the Roaches. Byun sees the Roaches. He's amassing Cyclones back at home, but there's no tanks. There's no tank production. There's no bunker. There's nothing to fill a bunker up anyway. Hellions, they will do nothing here against the Roaches, and Dark is looking to commit. He's looking to go all in. Dark completely all in with this push. Beyond trying to wall up. Again, needs as many Cyclones as possible. There it is. Ravagers are on the way. They will spell an end to that wall. Hellions trying to catch reinforcements. Dark a little bit supply block. He made 6 Overlords. Still amassing more Lings. And there we go. The Lings, they made their way across the map. They avoided the Hellions. Big moves there by Dark. Avoids the Hellions. Piles down the wall. Tries to at least. And once the wall falls, then the Lings can flood in. Again, the Lings, they're waiting in the back line. Waiting for an opening before we pull the trigger. And the wall is crumbling. And Deeper is going down. Cyclone's looking quite vulnerable here. And now is the time. The wall has fallen. The Lings, they flood in. Boys are being pulled. Biles zoning away those Cyclones. SCVs are going down. Oh, we avoid it. we try to slip into the main base. Quick moves there out of Beyond. Does wall up with the Biles. They connect in the middle line. They take down the SCVs. They take down a couple of the Hellions as well. And we're getting on top of the Cyclones. Yeah, without any Hellions, the Cyclones are so vulnerable to these Lings. As Cyclones are falling. We're down to 5 Cyclones remaining here. And the Lings, they're coming in. They chase down the Cyclones. Just barely. They won't get the ones in the main. We will barely hold on. But we lost 28 SCVs. And Dark, he's droning. Behind this Dark, he's chilling. He's dealt enough damage. He has crippled the economy of Beyond. And now he can drone. Now he can drone on up from here. He still has more Lings to work with. He's coming for the surround. No. He's going to be collapsing on these Cyclones. He will get us around on 2 of them. Gets 2. Gets a 3rd Cyclone. Big pickups here by Dark. Behind this, working towards Burrow. Working towards Tunneling Claw Roaches as well, I imagine. Once he does get that lair up and running. And Beyond is in a rough position. Sure, mech can be an efficient composition, but specifically battle mech is very momentum based. Very much so. Ideally, you want a good fight and you want to snowball from there with your Cyclones, just out trading, kiting your opponent to death. This is not a good position to be in, though, with these Cyclones, as we're making 5 at a time. Natural base getting up and running, 3rd base on the way. Now we're getting to tank production. Now, Beyond can try and slow the game down. We should now be focusing on tanks. The Cyclones, they have map control. We could still be in for a longer game. Dark is just comfortable. It's very comfortable. Taking a 4th base, droning on up. Lings, they come in once again. They catch another Cyclone. Another Cyclone. We can see Beyond, he's hunting those Lings down. At least trying to. And he will not come across them. As he does barely miss those Lings. At least the Rax does spot them. Now he knows. That's where they are. 4 CC on the way. 2 more factories. Continuing tank production. But Dark should be the first to max out. Wait, I mean, he should be the first to drone up to 80. As the Roaches are forced back. Lings, you can see them heading towards the would-be 4th. And knocking down those rocks. Trying to get more movement in general. Double armory on the way here by Beyond. Again, his goal here is the turtle. As we do bleed out a couple of Roaches. Lings, they finally break through. They break through the rocks. They come in from behind and they get us around here on the Cyclones. Big catch here by Dark. Outmaneuvering, outpositioning Beyond. He gets caught out, bleeds out so many Cyclones. Oof. The tank holds the line, but again, that was a good trade for Dark, killing 7 Cyclones. As we mentioned before, the power of the Cyclone is once you hit critical mass, you can build up over time and just overwhelm the Zerg player, but that is not what Beyond's been able to do. Constantly been bleeding out those Cyclones. Now 4th base is on the way. Again, now we're making 2 tanks at a time in the main base. And Dark has droned up to 4 base saturation, which is true. Hive is on the way, but he hasn't quite droned up to 80 yet. We're still getting there. As here we go, we come in from behind. The tanks are exposed. Again, there just aren't enough cyclones. Not enough cyclones. We get on top of the tanks. They fall down one after the other. GG gets called. Dark overwhelms, and Dark takes game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Ooh, let's go. GG. Bjorn trying to get into his mech, but as he was making it up, as he was getting into his cyclone production, Dark was able to go for an all-in. Fun fact, Dark didn't even know what was happening. Didn't even know that mech was going on. Even if it was a standard game, like, Dark would have committed and, I mean, may have found success anyway. And yeah, just a really good execution by Dark. Really patient play. I love that Dark, he kept his Lings initially at home. If you remember, he waited for the Hellions to turn back around. Because the Hellions, they had map control. They were in the center with the Zonaga. So Dark, he waited for the Hellions to be dealt with or to be forced back to the natural. Then the Lings moved out, and we still kept them at home. We still kept them back. We still kept them at the third until the wall was broken. And then we flooded in. So just really efficient, really patient play there out of Dark. Was able to break his opponents and maintain his lead afterwards. Maintain that lead. And with that, we're getting into game 3. We have an ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3 here on Solaris. Let's go. Let us go. Why nobody showed Cure vs. Hero? I'm pretty sure people did show it. Because we have the replays. But they're out there. Did happen. As we're getting into game 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, being forced into game 3, into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Here we go. We have a game 3. We have an ace match. Bjorn, I'm sure, is going to be deterred from going into mech. I'm sure we will not be seeing additional factories. Fingers crossed. As Bjorn. Are we going CC first again? It looks like we are. Back at home, Dark is going for a standard hatch gas pool. Standard opener here out of Dark. Meanwhile, Bjorn is going to risk it all here once again in the ace match with a CC first. A very greedy opener from Bjorn. CC first into into racks. The question becomes, does he go 3 CC before factory again? Does he rush into a third base, or is it just CC first? We'll see. We'll see how greedy Bjorn is going to be. Back at home, Dark, again, hatch gas full, standard opener. Overlord's moving out across the map. Bjorn, once again, as he has avoided this entire series, will not be SCV scouting. So has no idea what Dark is up to. He might even decide to skip his Reaper again. We shall see. Oh, the copy pasta, papi. Let's go. I want Dark's big, hairy, sweaty arms to hold me so tight while he kisses his Valencia trophy like no tomorrow. I want him to call me my little Zergling. I'm going to scream back, Park Ryung-woo, Park Ryung-woo, as he holds me down and spanks my butt with his big, meaty hands. Ah, beautiful. You're an animal, Papi. You're an animal. That's the cubby that's the dark cubby pasta. Yeah, let's go. As we can see, it's CC first into racks into factory. Okay, so we're not being hyper greedy here like we saw in game 1. We're being a little bit more tame here in the follow-up, thankfully here by Bjorn, as he is working towards that factory setup. Meanwhile, I believe once again Bjorn, yep, he skipped his Reaper. When you go CC first, you skip your Reaper. So Bjorn has no idea what is going on, has no idea what Dark is doing. Thankfully for Bjorn, Dark is just droning. He's just droning up, pulling out of gas with Ling speed. Speaking of, Lings are going to be dipping in. They get eyes on the Marine, and they get eyes on the factory as well. So a nice scout there by Dark, as he does get an SCV. He gets a second. Uh-oh. Can he get the Marine? He will get the Marine as well. Very nice trades here from Dark. 2 SCVs and a Marine. He also confirms that the factory wasn't delayed, so he knows that there wasn't a Gigafast 3rd TC. It is a 3rd TC after the first factory. That is the second factory. Sounds like typical Artosis. Yeah. But that is a second factory. We're gonna make it happen again. Oh boy, we are going back into the mech. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Beyond, he believes. He has faith here in his ability to make this factory work. 3rd CC is on the way. Behind this, Roach Warren has been thrown down well ahead of time. Beyond hasn't confirmed what's going on, but once again is going for a very similar style as game number 2. Going for the Roach Push. Now, we'll see if he can execute it as well as he did previously. He's going to be moving out with Roaches, flooding Lings across the map as well. It's going to be a Roach-based all-in from Dark, assuming he doesn't drone behind it. There are 2 different variations. You can go for a 9 Roach push, or you can flood Lings with it. If you just go for the 9 Roaches, I mean, we just drone and saturate our bases. Hellions do rock up. They confirm the lack of saturation at the 3rd. But we have yet to see the Roaches or the tech. Beyond still in the dark. Back at home, we're getting to Cyclone production. We made our first wave of Hellions. And we're droning. Ooh, okay. So Dark is not going for the all-in. Is going for a Roach push, and it looks like the all-in, but as you can see, he's not making Lings. Unlike the previous game, he's not making Lings. He's droning up his 3rd. He's taking his gases. This is some light pressure out of Dark, and it's designed to maybe take control of the natural, but not really do much more than that. Yeah, Roaches have been spotted. Hellions, 1 of them, 2 of them do go down. Good cleanup here from Dark as he shuts down those Hellions. Again, Ling speed is delayed just because of the Roach production. And again, Dark is just droning. Meanwhile, Beyond has plenty of time to respond to prepare. 3rd base is being taken. Cyclones have amassed. And the small amount of Roaches, they won't do any damage. Yeah, they pull back. If we moved out, Dark would be hunted down. Like, he would lose every single Roach if he pushed. So he has to be respecting the army here of Beyond. Double armory on the way. Beyond with a much more comfortable game here in game 3. As he's happily taking his 3rd, focusing on the rest of his production. 4th CC is on the way. Tank production has commenced, and Beyond is getting ready to move out. Now, Dark, he's aware of the mech. His Overlord Scout was able to confirm the rest of the factories. But Dark doesn't have the momentum that he did last time. So it's going to be a much more stable game here. Much better for the Terran. We're droning up. I'm liking the fast infestation bit. I imagine this is going to be for faster infestors, for fungal growths. Fungals are a good way to deal with these cyclones. But we'll see. Dark may just decide to go for a fast hive. As the infestation bit is still on the way, we have Hurricane Thrusters in production for those Cyclones. Really early tank production as well from Bjorn. Not investing as heavily into the earlier Cyclones. He's only got 7. So a much more defensive style here out of Bjorn. Just really fast tanks. And there it is. Hive is on the way. We have skipped the Infestors. Risky move here by Dark, but is going to be skipping them. Getting into his Hive tech. Double expanding as we speak. Beyond getting in position to potentially deny one of the expansions. Could deny the hatchery here. Cyclones, they do threaten a dive. We can see Dark getting ready for Lingbane Roach Ravager. Just a pretty standard setup here for Dark. Just trying to maintain map control, and the question becomes, can Dark deny any of these bases? Now, the problem here is on Solaris, your 4th is so secure. Here on the right-hand side, there are some brutal choke points to try to break through. Towards the left, we have a ramp leading up into the planetary as well, so breaking this 4-base setup is going to be difficult. We do see Beyond checking with the Changeling. Really, it's about the 5th. It's can we deny the 5th base? That's where that's where Dark's attention should be. As the 4th is going to be a foregone conclusion at this point. Overseer Scout confirming the production. confirming the setup. Spire is on the way. That is an interesting one. Okay, so Mutas can do okay. So Mutas against Mech has been nerfed in the most recent patch. The reason why is that Cyclones do far better. Nowadays with Cyclones, as they don't do as much damage to armored, but they do more damage to everything else with their attack rates, they can actually annihilate Mutas. So we have to be very careful here with how we maneuver. As Cyclones are now a better answer. Not the answer. Like, ideally, we still want Thors mixed in. Ideally, we still want Thors, but here we go. Bjorn is moving out. Dark has maxed. Maxed out with his Lings, with his Roaches. We collapse on the army. We catch it unsieged. Couple of tanks going to be going down. Lings are being cleaned up, though. Yeah, the Lings are annihilated. Good kiting here out of Bjorn, and he does take the fight. Again, really crisp move there from Bjorn, refusing to siege, just kiting with his tanks, trading well, pushing on forward, and he will deny this hatchery. Dark knows he cannot save it. The base is gonna fall. As Bjorn, he bullies his way forward. Hatchery's gonna be going down. Dark, he's in a lot of trouble. He's amassing Lingbane Road Ravager here on top of the ramp. But again, without Vipers, without Spellcasters, how do we engage? The only way to engage this is with the surround. And even then, it's not going to be easy. A Greater Spire on the way. We're not concerned with Mutas. Again, Mutas against this many Cyclones wouldn't be ideal either. There it is. Vipers have arrived. We spoke about those Blinding Clouds. We're coming in. We dive on top of the army. We get our first couple of Blinding Clouds as well. Yoinking the Cyclones. A much cleaner engage here from Dark. Takes down tanks, takes down Cyclones, but he is running out of energy. Oh, and can he get on top of the tanks? It looks like he barely can. Oof. Yeah, the piles are looking good. Dark, he does force back the army. He did lose a base, but Dark, he saved the drones. That's what's important. He saved his workers. The drones, they did main out over. Saturating these southern bases. Dark, he still maintains his economy. And he has gone away with the Greater Spire. With this, Broodlords are on the horizon. Broodlords can be on the way. Vipers, they all survive. That's also what's important. They survive the fights. We're regenerating energy. Gaining more value. Fifth base is on the way. Planetary not quite done. There we get into the mineral line. But the fifth is getting fortified here, which is a scary moment here for Dark. As Bjorn is sustaining himself, he can max out. Cyclone's going for a big counterattack, and Dark, are we in position? Tanks through the center. Distracting Dark, and the base may go down. Lings are coming in, though. We come in for a surround. Show us the biles as well. As Bjorn, he is trapped, and he will lose every single Cyclone. This was not worth it. He gets 10 worker kills for 13 Cyclones. Ay, ay, ay. So good cleanup there by Dark. Broodlords are on the way. Let's go. Broodlords in production. But it looks like Bjorn may have caught wind of this because he's throwing down 2 more starports for Vikings. We need Vikings. We need Liberators. The Cyclones doing well for themselves, denying another base. They deny another hatchery. Bailing run by being set up here for Dark to head into that mineral line. Bjorn rotating around, getting on top of the Broodlords. Ooh, and one Broodlord goes down. Not a bad start there for Bjorn. As the Baileys, they roll in. No reaction. Oh, Bjorn a little bit distracted, and the mineral line will go down. Broodlords, they do push forward. They catch some tanks. Tanks are falling. Big pickoffs here by Dark. Getting, what was that? 4, almost 5 tanks. 4 free. Bjorn moving on the right-hand side. Dark pushing forward. Getting killed 17 SCVs. Going for the 5th. Bit of a desperation move here out of Bjorn. Back at home, he is amassing Vikings. Vikings are on the way to help against the Broods. Good Blinding Clouds here on these tanks. That's a lot of tanks, but we have enough Blinding Clouds Looks like Dark will break through, cleans up this army. Barely shuts down the tanks. At the same time, oh, the Broodlords unable to break the 5th. And where's the anti-air? Oh, there isn't really much here. Yeah, Broodlords are going down to the Vikings. Expensive losses here for Dark. He did clean up tanks, but he's losing Broodlords. 3 Broodlords remaining. Losing 6 already. At the same time, Dark pushes in towards that 3rd. Does deny it. Takes down a lot of SCVs, but again, every single Broodlord is going to go down. We're now switching back into Lingbane Roach Ravager. As we get 21 SCV kills. And Dark is almost maxed. He's on the line there. He's so close here to maxing out, to pushing out once again. Checking the vision here. Has Dark scouted top left? He hasn't. He doesn't know about another fully fresh mining base. Like, Beyond's economy is still looking good. He's still on 81 SCVs, which is crazy. He just lost 21 workers that it didn't even phase him. He still has a solid economy. Soon about to have 3-3 for both players. Is going to be faster here for Beyond. As +3 vehicle plating is going to finish. Dark is maxed out, trying to catch the army. Oh, the Vipers! The Vipers! Oh, one of them goes down, force the power bomb. The other under fire as well. But we do get the planetary. Planetary goes down. Now, if you remember earlier, I was talking about how the game becomes Dark denying the 5th. He does deny the 5th, but there's a 6th base, which, again, still unscouted. Bigling run by. Gets a couple of SCVs, and Dark, he does get eyes on the 6th planetary. He's going for it, and he should get it. Big Biles takes down the planetary, takes down the SCVs. Dark, he's in the driver's seat. Leaves his roaches to clean up whatever he can. He's racing back home. Speaking of, Beyond is pushing. Beyond, he's down to 4 bases. He needs to counterattack. He will kill a hatchery. He may even get more. Dark trying to race back, running into tanks. Running into those tanks. Again, the Vipers were sniped, and these Cyclones are doing so much damage. They catch so many Ravagers. Dark bleeding out a lot. Bleeding out most of his army. And again, Beyond is committed. Diving on top of those Ravagers, getting another wave. Baileys are rolling in. The surround. We collapse here on the Cyclones, and it looks like we should clean them up. Yeah, the Cyclones will fall. The tanks as well. We come in for a flank. Cleaning up the tanks. Ooh, but we still have so many tanks sieged up here. Trading well. Yeah, big volleys. We clean up the tanks, but every single Ravager has fallen. The Lingbane as well. And Beyond, he rocks up with his reinforcements. Does rock up. You can see Dark trying to get his economy back under wraps. Beyond rotating around. Dark, he doesn't have to engage, but we need more Ravagers. There we go. 13. 13 are morphing in. The Cyclones, they deny mining. Dark, he's running out of gas. He's running out of gas. Ooh, trading against these Cyclones. Not ideal here for Beyond. Sorry, for Dark. Not ideal, bleeding out those Ravagers. And Beyond, rotating around. Beyond, he's reestablished that 5th base as an orbital. It's an exposed 5th, but it's up and running. And that is enough for Beyond to keep this going. Making 10 Cyclones at a time. Jesus. So many Cyclones coming out. Again, collapsing on the army. Where are the Lings? Where are the Bailings? They're not here. Yeah, you can see. Oh, God. It looks like there was a bit of a pause. But you can see Dark sustaining a lot of losses here. Bottom right, back up and running. But Dark, he's on 4 bases. He's down a base. Down a base here compared to his opponents. His 5th base is gonna go down. Dark, he's being starved out. As we catch the Infestor. The Infestor does bleed out here for Dark. Once again pushing in. Good blinding clouds. We only get 1 tank. The 5th base did fall. Beyond pushing in. Dark, he's up against the ropes. Barely has any creep left on the map. The Vipers are helping, though. Catching a couple of stray units. Whatever we can get. Corruptors on the way. Looks like we want to work towards Broodlords. Oof. Dark trying to get some mining going. As there we go. Finally we go for a link run by. We catch a tank. Oh, we do not. Never mind. Repairs are too good. We keep the tank alive. The tank survives. Bjorn, he maintains his 5th. Instead we go for a big link counterattack at the 3rd base. Getting 10 SCVs. Forcing back the Cyclones, and we will clean up the Lings. And a good clean up there by Bjorn. Bjorn, he still maintains his economic lead. He's going for another base, and we can't allow this to happen. Dark, he knows it. He's there with those roaches. He has to delay mining for as long as also he's healing a lot of SCVs. A lot of workers are going down. But remember, mules are also a thing. And we can still mule that base. Here come the brutes. We have 3 brood lords. And very careful control there. We do throw down those blinding clouds, but it doesn't matter. We can lock on anyway. Do lock on. Tank's gonna be going down. Dark, he holds. I spoke too soon as we come in with a massive amount of cyclones. We catch some of the broodlords, some of the overlords. And really, right now, what Dark needs is a base. Like, he is starving. He needs some kind of income. He's going for the center base instead. He's lost the northern base too many times. Ling Rabbi comes in. Oh, did we notice the burrow? That is the question. Is Dark just non-stop Ling Rumbys? Trying to keep his opponent as bay. But a good cleanup. Bjorn doesn't lose a single Cyclone. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Bjorn. At least if he maintains his economy here. Yeah, you can see the massive amount of mules at this fresh base. The mule hammer was real. So we have 2 fresh bases for Bjorn. Dark, he's down to half a base here, bottom right. A full base here in the center, but still not up. And for the first time in a long time, Bjorn has a supply lead. He has a lead in supply. We have Thors on the way for the Broodlords. And how many Cyclones do we have? We have 43! The Mass Cyclone, Poppy. Let's go. 43 Cyclones for Bjorn. And I don't know if Dark can deal with that. I don't know if he can handle that. Not with this kind of army. Oh boy. How many? Where do we stop? When is too many? When is too many? 43 Cyclones. I mean, at least we're refining the army with Thors and Liberators. Top left is getting fully up and running, fully saturated for Bjorn. Dark has now established a center base, which is pretty important. Very important here. Okay, so Dark can take a fight if we can land like the perfect fungals. If we can catch, like, the problem here is that blinding clouds don't do anything against Cyclones. We need fungal growths to lock them down, lock them in place. Either that or a surround, or like a mixture of the two. The problem with surrounds is there's no creep. Like, there's very limited creep spread here for Dark. He has very limited vision, and we're not stopping. We're taking another base. We expand here towards the north. Beyond, his economy is insane. And here we go. We are pushing in. Liberation zones being thrown down. The freedom has arrived. Thors are here as well. We get some fungal growths. They're okay, but this is still a frontal assault. This is still ideal for Bjorn, as he can kite his heart out. And he does see all the infestors. He has to respect them. Oof. As the Broodlords, they get a couple of free pickups here. They get one Cyclone. At the same time, we came with the production. We're going to the main. No shot. Bjorn, he slips into the main base. He outpositions Dark. As Cyclones are just that much more mobile. They take control of the main base. And the main army pushes towards the last mining base of Dark. Broodlords are exposed. One Broodlord goes down. Yeah, the others are vulnerable. Files, they're going to be okay. They're going to be focusing on at least some of the Thors. We get the Neural off. The Neural. It helps me clean up the Thors. But we've lost the main. We've lost the Hive and soon to be the Greater Spire as well. At the same time, 18 SCVs went down. Dark did punish this northern base. Is doing some economic damage. But again, he loses the Hive and the Greater Spire. GG gets called. There's nothing left here for the Zerg. And Bjorn will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn making it happen, Poppy. Struggled with the mech in game 2, but if you remember, in game number 2, Dark was blindly going for a Roach Ling all-in, and he was able to kill Bjorn before he could actually get into his third base economy. Here in game number 3, we saw a similar setup by Dark, but it was a fake out. Remember, it was just a 9 Roach push. He was droning behind it. He wasn't committed, which meant that Bjorn got away with his opener, he got away with his mech, got away with his Cyclones. It was still a back and forth between our players here, but again, Bjorn was just so active, doing such a great job here at just trading efficiently, knocking down bases left and right, keeping up with the tech of Dark and responding in kind, getting into Vikings when he needed to, getting into Thors when he needed to. And we saw him just pull Dark apart with the Mass Cyclone. You know, that's the rough part here when it comes to this dynamic is, especially when you have map control, when you deny creep, like, it's so hard to keep up because Cyclones, they're so fast, they're so quick, and yeah, Dark, he just multiple times was having a really hard time keeping up with Bjorn. GG. Congratulations, Bjorn advances on to the grand finals, and we are here to determine who makes it to the finals to face off against Bjorn. Will it be a Terran or a Protoss? Let's go. Up next is going to be Hero versus Cure in a TVP. Again, my condolences to Dark. He did well for himself, making it to the semis. But this is a new, I say a new, it's been a relatively new style from our Korean Terrans. Maru and Bjorn have been doing this since January. They've been whipping out and they've been really, I wouldn't say relying on, but again, they've been whipping out the Mass Cyclone mech style a little bit more frequently as of late. Not quite in December post-patch, but like January, February. Like Maru and Bjorn, they have been experimenting and refining it, and they like it. It feels like they like it, as they're finding more success with it as well. GG. Something that Zerg players will have to try to get used to and accustomed to. Specifically when it comes to scouting, I feel. Scouting, recognizing what's going on, and of course being able to punish it as well. So we'll see how the meta does evolve with the new Cyclone. As we're getting ready here for our TVP, again, Hero versus Cure coming up next. Let's go. It is our lower semifinals match to determine who plays against Bjorn in the grand finals. So Bjorn, he has some time to chill. Some time to wait while we get into our TVP. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side delta, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming, the best Protoss in all of Korea, arguably the best Protoss in the world. It is Hero. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Full Vipers versus Mech seems good. Would almost would like 5. Yeah, I mean, we saw some really good moments for Dark in that game, right? Like with his Vipers, with the Blinding Clouds, with the tanks specifically. That was against the tank heavy composition though, but against the Cyclone heavy composition, we saw that the Vipers couldn't really do much. We saw that their Blinding Clouds weren't really doing anything because lock-ons, they don't care about your Blinding Clouds. So it's a little bit of a brutal dynamic there where you do have to rely more on your Infestors or your Ling Bane to surround and engulf the Cyclones. Again, it is a bit of a different dynamic. especially with Dark at that stage of the game already falling behind in the economy. It was just a really rough game state for Dark. Really rough game state that he found himself in. But again, now we can focus on our Terran versus Protoss. And for a very long time, for many years, Cure was lauded as the player with the best Terran versus Protoss in the entire world. Nowadays, I would say in modern StarCraft, that has recently changed with Clem. I think I would go as far as to say that Clem has kind of taken that mantle from Cure with the best TVP in the world, thanks to MaxPax. Like, big shout out to MaxPax for always competing against Clem in online weeklies, and Clem's TVP has gone insane. But Cure's is still nothing to scoff at. Like, he's still a beast in his own right. And I think what's really cool is that both Cure and Clem actually do practice together. They do practice together, they do train together, and I'm sure they trade notes. Ever since Cure joined Team Liquid, the players have been quite vocal about that, about the fact that Cure does do customs with his teammates, which is really cool. And they've all been growing together. It's also why I would say that Cure's TVT is very similar to Clem's. Ever since joining Team Liquid. Or ever since the new patch, actually. Ever since the new patch. As we do see Hero going for his own standard opener, going for his tech of choice, going for a Twilight Council in the main. Okay, should be a Blink-based opener. Should be Blink. Yesterday we casted MaxPax and he did mix things up with a Dark Shrine opener, but I don't think we're going to be relying on that too much. There it is. Blink is on the way. Blink in production here for Hero. Back at home, it was an economic opener here from Cure. Getting into his 1-1-1. Of course, going to be scouting with that Reaper. He has yet to enter the main. He was deterred at the natural, so we're not fully aware of the tech that we're working with. Not yet, at least. Cure is still piecing it together as we are setting up for a bit of an interesting drop. Okay. So this looks like a setup for a Marine Mine drop. The medevac is soon to be on the way. Widow Mines as well. Cure is pushing in. Again, he still hasn't seen the tech. He does need to commit. You can see Cure unable to quite see whether it's a Stargate or a Twilight Council. Solid wall here for Hero as well, as he does force Cure back, but Cure did see the gateways. Again, there's going to be 3 gateways at the natural, 1 gateway in the main. It is 4-gate Blink. 4-gate Blink here by Hero. Very aggressive build. He will soon be moving out. Again, he's going to be reinforcing with that Prism, with the Robo, moving out across the map. Cure still hasn't pieced it together. No tank production, by the way. I'm getting a little bit concerned here. Add-ons are looking exposed. There is a bunker on the low ground. But Cure has yet to really piece it together. We should be throwing down bunker soon. As Hero is going to be pushing. Is going to be moving out. See Hero just fanning out his units, trying to catch out the Reaper and the Hellion. Speaking of, Hellion does spot the Prism. A big moment here for Cure. Spots the Prism. The first tank is in production, but it's still on the way. We need that tank. It is halfway done. Hero moving out across the map. Second bunker in production as well. Now that we've realized what's been going on, now we get the second bunker. Now the boys are pre-pulled to repair. We threaten a shade into the main. Cure taking this very seriously. As the Stalker army is still moving out across the map. This push is a bit delayed. It is a little bit delayed here. The first tank has arrived in the main base. We do end up denying mining here at the natural, at least. A couple of workers are going down. We threaten a shade towards the main. Tank is repositioned. We dive on top of the bunker. But again, the repairs are too good. Big mine shots going off. Hero baited into the blink. There was a Widow Mine. There was a tank in position. And again, the repairs were so clean from Cure. As he drops back into the main base. Can we focus down that bunker? We get one, but there's another. There's a second bunker already. It is going to be focused down. But we're bleeding out Stalkers. Love the dodge there on the anti-armor missile. Clean moves there out of Hero. He's broken the bunkers, but what about the tanks? Since we already have 2. 2 tanks are up and running. Third tank on the way. Cure is supply blocked. Oh, the supply block is brutal. We need that third tank. But regardless, Cure, he's holding. He is holding on. The trades have been brutal. We lost 4 Stalkers in the process. So we dive into the main. At least we try to. And we blink into the main base. We focus down the Marines. That one tank doing a lot of damage in the back line. A lot of tank shots go off. As we deny some of the upgrades. Blink into the main base, into the middle line. SCVs are going down. But no critical damage yet. Not what we've been hoping. Third CC is on the way. Cure feeling that confident. Going for the third base. And Stim is finishing. Again, because of the tank positioning, Stim wasn't denied. We go on another tank. We get one. Oh, but we take so many shots to the face. Hero taking a lot of damage. Boys are being pulled. He's going for the starport. Oof. Will not get it. Will be focused down. The Marines are starter set micro here. Stim is finished. And Cure, he just shuts this down so hard. Looking at the units lost, that was 20 Stalkers. 20 Stalkers, and what did we get? We got a handful of SCVs, we got 1 tank, we got some bunkers, but this was not good enough. Look at the gas trade here. The gas trade was brutal. As over 1,000 gas in the gutter here for Hero. Is taking a third behind this, but these are expensive losses, is what I will say. These have been expensive losses for Hero. Going for a Zealot drop into the main. He gets a tank. Gets one. Going for the other. Repairs. Are they going to be fast enough? They are not. And this is a good way to recover. Good move here out of Hero. Does barely escape with the War Prison, but he kills 2 tanks. Now, what's important about what just happened with the death of those two tanks? That means the push is weakened. It means that Cure shouldn't be able to end the game. Imagine this attack with 2 extra tanks here would be devastating. Hero should be able to survive this. He can get away with his third base, and we should be able to get into the mid game. As Cure is moving out, running into the Stalkers. Gonna be taking a couple of hits. Again, Hero trying to slow down the army. And yeah, Cure is gonna be forced back. Taking that third. On location. Cure is still trying to make his way across the map. Is gonna commit. He is still pushing. Oh, the tank! Oh my god. Tank is gonna survive. Raven still stands strong as well. Colossi are on the way. And we're setting up for a surround. Hero, he has Zealots on the right hand side, Stalkers towards the left, Colossus on the way, Immortals waiting on top of the ramp. And I'm worried if Cure sticks around. I mean, he is reinforcing. Tank is siege, we collapse on the army, tank is going to be going down. Big anti-armor missile though. Oh, and with this amount of bio, we have to respect it, but with the help of the Colossus, we do force this back. Hero blinking on forward, focusing down one of the medevacs, but we've lost the Zealots! The Zealots have gone down! And this army, it's so brittle, it's just falling before the might of the Marauders. Hero, he does overextend. Again, the anti-armor missile helps so much there. As every single Stalker fell, and now we're going for the Colossus. And there's nothing to save it, nothing to protect it. The Colossus will fall. And Cure, he's snowballing out of control. That was a big win for Cure. Catching the Colossus and all 3 Immortals. So fanning out a couple of Marines. Cure is going to be pulling back. Oh, it does consolidate his army here back at home. So Hero, he survives, but the problem right now, a pretty big thing here when it comes to Protoss in PvT is you have to build up your army over time. It's quite expensive to replace all those Stalkers, all those Immortals, and Colossus as well. Look at the units lost tab here. It's been expensive. 3 Immortals, 29 Stalkers, 1 Colossus. Typically over time, you want to be efficient, you want to preserve those units and build up towards the mid game. That's why you can see here, Cure has a massive supply lead. A massive lead in supply. Cure's army is expendable. Hero's, not so much. So Hero, he's falling further and further behind. As he has to replenish what he just lost, and then some. And Cure getting ready for the second wave. Zealot run by is coming in. Stalker's trying to catch us on reinforcements. We We do get a couple of SCVs. It's something. Stalkers will back off. We get 3 SCVs here at the third base. Drop gets denied in the main. But the Colossi, they're out of position. This base is looking very vulnerable. Uh-oh. The army is rotating over. Okay, Kira will back off. It's going to back off. We get in position. Base is safe. Mind shots on those zealots. And Hero, he is holding on to his 3 bases. Now getting his 4th up and running. But Kira still has a really big power spike where he's getting his ghosts out. We're making 3 ghosts at a time. Vikings are on the way. +1 ship weapons. 2-2 is finishing up. Hero, he isn't clear yet. He isn't out of the woods. As Hero, he's crazy. He's pushing out. Oh my god. Pushing into this army, by the way. He's down in upgrades. Big concave as well. Massive EMPs on the Colossus. And we can focus him down. We do get 1 Colossus. The others are going to be falling to the Vikings. They'll doing what they can. But once again, a brutal fight here for Hero. As he loses his final Colossi. The Vikings, they land. We can focus on the Stalkers. And Curie can keep on pushing. Oh no! As we rally Colossus into its death, it's going to go down. And Hero, again, he just can't sustain this. He cannot sustain these losses. Not here. Not off of 3-base saturation. Not off of 67 workers. Not this early on. As, yeah, Curie is snowballing out of control. He's up 50 supply. He has Vikings for the Colossi. He has EMPs available. As he scans ahead of time, he sees the Disruptors. I mean, if we can get a Miracle Nova off, then maybe we can defend. We set up a surround. Nova takes down a Viking. Good splits here from Cure. He splits, he catches some of the Stalkers. Yeah, and he's going to be able to just stim on forward. The Disruptor still doesn't have that Nova available. Second Disruptor arrives. And here, can we somehow hold? Takes down a Widowmine. 1 more Nova in the chamber. Ooh, big connection. Oh my god. We take down some of the Vikings, take down a Ghost. Ooh. But we deny the warp in. And Cure, he's still getting on top of the army. He gets both Disruptors. Hero can try to punish this a little bit, but you can see that Curie's just rallying across the map. Like, he doesn't care anymore. Just rallying everything across the map. And even though Cure hasn't ended the game, even though he hasn't killed Hero, what's important is that Cure, he makes sure that the Disruptor count isn't getting any higher. He makes sure that he just resets the Rogo army time and time again. Whether it's Colossus or Disruptors or Immortals. He's always there to focus them down. Just to make sure that Hero cannot stand back up. And again, the Nova earlier was good, but again, it did need another. Well, it did need more than that. Oh. As we can at least take down some of those Widowmines, but again, we're just rallying on over. 4th base is going to be going down. Speaking of, we have the 4th up and running for Cure. A big DT counterattack here. A bit of a Hail Mary play from Cure. And DT's back at home as well. 21 probes go down, and across the map, the repairs are too good. The DTs, they don't even get the planetary. Not like this. You don't see that too often. But the mass DT counterattack does not kill the base. Cure doesn't lose anything. GG gets called, and Cure takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A solid win there from Cure. Again, Hero just had a really rough start. Winding it back, if you remember, it was 4-gate blink. It was 4-gate blink Stalkers from Hero, and Hero, he lost 20 Stalkers in that opener, in that fight. Lost 20 Stalkers trying to break the 2-base setup of Cure. And what did he get? He got 2 bunkers and a tank. That's basically with him. Like, he got like a couple of Marines, a couple of SCVs here and there, but the opener was rough, and Hero fell behind from that failed opener. 4-gate Blink needs to trade well, needs to get damage done, needs to be efficient, and it was anything but efficient, is the reality there. So Hero, he fell behind with his opener, and from there, Kira was able to just maintain his lead, again, his push. What I will say is that afterwards, Hero had an opportunity to maybe try to recover, but that's when he overextended, that's when he pushed into the center of the map, and that's when he lost all of his Colossus and his Immortals. That was when his army got anti-armor missiled, and again, maybe Hero thought that things were going a little bit better than they were, and Hero lost everything, and yeah, it was just too much, Pappy. Too much inefficiency too early on. Too many losses too early on. And Kior snowballed out of control. With that, he does take a 1-0 lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised just because Hero, he's known for his blink control, right? Like, he's known for his micro, known for his control. Did fumble the ball in that last game, and if we rely on blink again, hopefully we can tighten things up as we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Solaris, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. Best Protoss in all of Korea, arguably the best Protoss in the world, but he's struggling here in these semifinals. Can he bounce back? Can we force the ace match? It is Hero for CranKy Gaming. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0 with a solid defense in game 1. It is Kior. A solid 4-gate blink defense. Vámonos. Siema, papi, siema. Hello, Kashim, hello. Big shout out to Kashim in the chat, by the way. If you're a fan of Eligulac, if you use the site yourself, if you know of it, then a big shout out to Kashim, as he is like the guy behind Eligulac, really. So much love, much support. Siema. Hope you're having a good weekend, papi. Hope you're having a good weekend. We do have our probe scout coming in. Again, we do have a Cure going for an economic opener. It's going to be a single gas geyser, racks expand here by a Cure. So going more economic here. We can see Hero being as annoying as possible, delaying the CC and trying to force it to be off center, but it looks like we will delay it quite a lot, actually. Finally throwing down the base at 550 minerals, so a big delay on the CC. A nice little start here for Hero, as he does try to bypass the Reaper and keep that probe hidden. And so far he does. Very nice fake out. Hero, he moved out of vision of the SCVs, then he just hugged the edge of the wall, and he will keep that probe alive, coming back in to disrupt the opener, to delay the CC. So really nice moves here out of Hero. Meanwhile, across the map, the Reaper is committed. Marine does move out, second SCV as well. Again, forcing some inefficiency out of Cure as we enter game 2. Again, Reaper diving into the main. The first adept is always moving out across the map. Not here at home to defend, but there is a shield battery. We are safe and sound, and we scout the tech. This time it is not going to be Blink. It's a Stargate opener. Stargate here from Hero. So Cure already knows he doesn't need any tanks. Tanks are not required. Can commit into an earlier Cyclone, into Widow Mines. There it is. Cyclone is on the way. Adept gets across the map. We haven't killed anything yet. We're trying to delay the CC. Good control out of Cure. Oh, he dives into the bunker. Let's go. Dives the SCV into the bunker as well. Keeps it safe. Keeps it alive. But we do delay the command center. Oh, as the SCV takes an extra hit. Hero. Again, very fine micro. Very tense here between our players. But the base should finish, and the adepts are forced out. They are forced back. But again, it was a nice delay. It was a nice delay here on the command center. Did disrupt the opener and the economy of Cure. But again, he should be feeling safe. He knows that Hero can't really be too aggressive, that Hero is going into Phoenixes. So we have Cyclones on the way, Marines are amassing. We can go into Widow Mines behind this. And it looks like Hero is going for a much more tame and safe follow-up. Phoenixes into, I imagine, a Robo and Colossus production. We can go into Phoenix Colossus. We could even throw down that Twilight Council and go Phoenix Charge, which is a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more unorthodox. But Phoenix Charge is on the table, if Hero so chose to. Meanwhile, moving out with his army. He's got 3, now 4 Phoenixes, got a handful of Adepts. We'll see if we can get some damage done here in between the bases. As we up to 2 Cyclones. Oh. 2 Cyclones in the main. Adepts, they can shade into the natural. We have Marines in position. Yeah, we think better of it. Hero, he doesn't commit. Not yet. Again, quick moves here from Cure. Behind this Hero, there's that Robo, there's the Forge. We should be going into a 3rd base as a follow-up, and then into Colossus production. So again, very standard, very meta play here from Hero. It's pretty passive is the downside. So basically, Cure can do whatever he wants, and because of his scouts, he is. He is doing whatever he wants. Just taking up into Stim, Combat Shields +1, and building himself up. Meanwhile, we are going for a safety Immortal from Hero. Again, just to be safe against earlier pushes. Immortal first, into +1, into the Bay, into the 3rd. So just really safe play out of Hero. There are players that go for a faster 3rd and they delay the Bay, the Robotics Bay, but again, Hero doesn't want to take that chance. After dropping game 1, doesn't want to risk it. Doesn't want to risk it as the Phoenixes do get a couple of SCVs before being zoned away. At least we haven't lost any yet. The Phoenixes, they do live, they do survive. Cure now pushing out, and this is going to be dangerous here. Hero doesn't have a Colossus yet. He has the Bay, he has the first Colossus in production. It's being chronoed as we speak. Without Colossus, Hero is vulnerable. Hero is very vulnerable. Phoenixes, they struggle to pick up and lift up Marines. One at a time. We have 1 Immortal on the ground. We have a Sentry. We stim up the ramp. We're going for the kill. Yeah, we collapse on the army. Overcharge is popped. We do hold the line. But what about the 3rd base? What about the 3rd as we stim on forward? We zone away the Phoenixes. Pylon's going to be going down. Up. We won't get the 3rd base, but we get an Adept. And Cure will back off. Again, if it wasn't for the overcharge, if it wasn't for the reaction of Hero, he would have lost the Immortal. The Immortal 100% would have gone down. It's a very quick move there from Hero. Does preserve whatever he can. And the Colossus has arrived. Colossus has arrived. He has held. Bearing in mind that Cure didn't lose anything, you can see here the trade. Cure, he killed Pylons, Shield Batteries, Adepts, Sentries, lost 3 Marines. Phoenixes, they get across the map. Oh, they pick up a Viking. Oh my god. They get 2 Vikings. Nice moves there out of Hero. Meanwhile, Medivacs, they're going for a drop into the main base. Hero, most of his army is at the 3rd. Main is looking exposed. And the Phoenixes are out of position. Yeah, forced to recall. Shield Battery going to be going down. Stalkers, they do get into the main. Likewise, they also get targeted. As we dive in towards the Colossus, and do we focus it down? It's going to be close. And we don't. We do. We get the Colossus. Just in time, just barely with Marines. Bear that in mind. Very good trade for Cure. Sims on 4, dives into the 3rd. Gets the Pylon, depowers the Shield Battery. But he doesn't have enough. A bit of an overextension there by Cure. No shot. As he almost gets the Colossus as well. 1 or 2 more Marauder shots and that would have been it. A couple shots away, but Hero, he is struggling right now. Again, he should have 2 Colossi working on his 3rd, but he's down to 1, and it's barely standing. Behind this, Cure taking his 3rd. He's not all in, just very aggressive. And again, the reason why Cure was able to get into that push, into that timing with the Marines, with Stim, is because of his early scout of the Phoenixes. Speaking of, third base is being taken. Vikings are amassing. You can see Cure trying to bait the army into those Widow Mines as we have a minefield set up. Behind this, Cure working towards his Ghost Academy. Ghost Academy upgrades are on the way. Third base getting saturated. Hero's in an okay position here. He's still building up his Colossus. Because he's still on 2, he can't be active. Again, like the ideal amount is 3 Colossus. Scan reveals the army, reveals its composition. Just Phoenix Colossus working towards charge lots and towards the 4th. I will say the 4th feels very late, but it's late just because of all the aggression that was happening and because of all of Hero's losses. So it is slightly later than normal. But he has potential. Like, because of all these Phoenixes, we can try to catch drops, medevacs, pick up some SCVs. Pick up a couple of units as... Oh, actually, we're committing. Okay. We are up to 8 gateways. 2 Colossi move out. We have a 3rd Colossus on the way. It is moving out. Hero wants to collapse on this. The mine shot's going to be going off. Ooh, big mine shots here on the Phoenixes. Phoenix is going to be going down. The boys are being pulled. Yeah, we can collapse on the army. The Zealots, they got annihilated and we cannot warp in. We need a siege up. There it is. Reinforcements are on the way. Hero going for Stalkers. Oh boy, going for the Stalkers instead of the Zealots. And we can stim on forward. The Colossi getting a lot of damage done, but the Vikings are going ham. Yeah, big mine shots go off the Vikings. They shut down the Colossus and the Prism. Well, Prism goes down, the Colossus as well, and Hero loses everything. This was not it. This was not the fight to take. Did kill some workers, but now we have triggered a counterattack. Cure is pushing everything across the map. And what do we have to defend? Nothing at the 4th, nothing at the 3rd. We have an Immortal on the way. There's nothing here. There's nothing left for Hero. He's got a handful of Zealots. And Cure is all in. Like, Cure, he lost so many workers, but... Hero, he only has workers to defend. A couple of Zealots as well. Mine shot's going to be going off. An Immortal has arrived. I mean, the overcharge is helping, but it runs out. It has run out here, and Cure, he can keep on pushing. EMP does connect. The Zealots are holding on. We're barely holding with the Zealots, but we're also running out. And these are efficient trades here for Cure. Again, he might be down 20 workers, but he has the army. Boys are being pulled into the death. Vikings, they land as well. Do we get the pylon? We do! We deny the warp in. We avoid the Purification Nova. It looks like Hero, he's barely going to be able to force this back. He survives. He does live, but he lost every single worker here at his base. And suddenly, Cure, who was down in the economy, is now up. We have a comparable worker count plus mules. Cure, he does have that economic lead. He rotates around. He's going for the 4th base. There is no shield battery. Not yet. Good EMP on the Zealots. A solid EMP on those Zealots here. As they are being cleaned up. Widow Mine shot goes off. Oh, sorry. Disruptor shot goes off on the Widow Mines. Here, he's barely holding on here by the skin of his teeth. Never! Takes down a Marauder. Takes down a Marauder here. Decent EMP on the Immortal. The shield battery does top it up. Hero, once again, does force back the army. The problem here is the production tab, is the fact that Curie is working on 2-2. He's lifting up his main, taking it as a 4th. He's maintaining himself. And you can see that shown here in the supplies as Curie is taking a lead. Hero getting back into Colossus. 2nd Colossus is halfway done. If we can preserve our Robo units, then Hero can come back into this. Like, he can get back into a solid army. We're getting there. The Colossi on the way. Hero expanding, taking a 5th. Getting into his 5th base. Hero still in this game. Has some recovering to do, but he's on the road. He's on the way. Oh, this isn't going to be helping though. Mindshot getting a Zealot. Widowmine in towards the natural, dragging Hero back home. So we'll clean that Widowmine up. Yeah, Kira just going to be keeping that medevac in between the bases. Just a thorn in the back of Hero's mind. Likewise, the main has been floated over as the 4th, getting up and running. Secure, he essentially has a fresh mining base. Has that fresh mining base. Pushing on forward. Big EMPs here on the Stalkers. A hand on the Zealots. Mind shot not quite connecting. Nova not quite connecting. Second Nova does connect though. Takes down the Widow Mines. Only 2 disruptors though. They're on cooldown. At the same time, ooh, mine shot went off. 7 pros went down. That one mine. And it shouldn't reset. Yeah, there we go. Shouldn't reset. Is going to be cleaned up. Cure, he now spots the 5th base. He's now aware. And he has the option to rotate and respond to that Nexus. Now here, he has rebuilt a decent army. I'm concerned about the lack of disruptors, but we are pushing through. 3 Colossus, 2 disruptors. The Colossus Swipe's getting a lot of damage done, hitting that 3rd base. Boys are being pulled. Nova's zoning away the army, but the Vikings, once again, they wreak havoc. They take down every single Colossus. The Colossi are going to be going down. 2 of them at least. Yeah, and the 3rd one as well. Good kiting from Cure. He will lose every single SCV. But he trades well with the army. Steaming on forward, taking down another disruptor. There's 2 disruptors left. Ooh, decent connection. But we need more on the ground here. We need more support. We focus down on another disruptor. There's 1 left. 2 left now. Yeah, we stim on forward. It looks like Cure, he overwhelms the army. Once again, Cure did lose a lot of workers, but he wins the fight. Does win the fight overall, and once again, we've reset the Robo army. No more Colossus, no more Disruptors, only Gateway units. 2-1 Zealots, 2-1 Stalkers. Boys are being pulled, and Cure, this may be too much. Oh, we have a Colossus. We barely have our Colossus out. Hero, we hold on to the base. Oh, just barely. But again, I don't think Hero, he cares too much. He just rotates over towards the 5th, turns back around, rallies into the army. The Colossus looking very vulnerable here. Okay, good EMP. Yeah, we can chase. Goes to the chase, respects the Zealots. Despite how few there are. Getting 13 worker kills, will take down the base. I mean, Hero has been on the back foot for what feels like the entire game. It feels like a solid 10 plus minutes where Hero, he's been on the brink. He's holding. Barely. The Colossi are exposed once again. We're focusing them down. We stim on forward. Here he smells blood in the water. I mean, there's been blood in the water the entire time. Takes down the army, takes down the base. This time he deals some actual critical damage here to the economy. 5th base goes down. And again, every single fight, Hero just bleeding out his high-tech units. Unable to preserve them. Because of just how aggressive we are. GG gets called. We're just out of steam. We're out of juice. And Hero taps out. Cure takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Ooh, a big win here. A big result for Cure. Taking Hero down. Hero has been on fire recently. Recently, he was, of course, our ESL Americas champion. 2 weeks in a row, Hero, he was just having his way with Gumiho, with Cure, with Max Pax. Hero has been looking dominant these past couple of months. at least in these online weeklies. And even in IEM and Masters Coliseum, Hero's been looking damn good. But Kure, he fights back. And Kure was so aggressive this series. Both in Game 1 and Game 2, he was very in the face of Hero. I kind of want to bring this all the way back to the first drop. If you remember, when Hero lost his first Colossus to the double Marine drop, the double Marine drop did a lot of damage, if you remember. It went across the map. It killed a lot of gateway units. It killed a lot of pylons. And eventually, that same Marine push dropped into the main. And with purely Marines, Kure barely killed the first Colossus. And that slowed down the first push. The first push that Hero lost, if you remember, when he hit the third base. When he bled out all of his Colossus. I mean, like, imagine that attack with one more Colossus, which adds so much DPS to your army. Like, it was such a big pick off early on for Kure to get the first Colossus, and to get the second Colossus onto red health as well. If you remember, that all happened at the same time, when we had a Marauder push at the third, and the second Colossus barely lived on, like, red HP. And that meant that eventually, when Hero moved out, his Colossus count was lower, it was weakened, it was softened up, it was delayed. And that's when Kure gained momentum and eventually took the game. It was a long one though. Again, shout out to Hero for surviving as long as he did and for holding on. But it never did feel like Hero was in the driver's seat. Maybe after he killed 20 SCVs, but even then, like, Kure was just non-stop aggression. It was crazy. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Kure for taking the series 2-0. And with that, we are now getting into our TVT finals. We're getting into a best of 5. Let's go. It all comes down to this. We had a pretty wide array of players to begin with, but it all comes down to some Terran on Terran action. Up next, we have the grand finals between Byun and Kure. Let's go. You know, we had a Zerg, we had a Protoss. Both Dark and Hero fell in the semifinals. Dark went down to Byun, Hero went down to Kure. Now it's all about that Terran. And again, we've been seeing a lot more TVT recently. Has been a lot of fun in the new meta. Has been very aggressive, very dynamic. I know a lot of Terran players don't like it. Don't like playing it because of the new Cyclone. That's the world we live in, the Cyclone, Bappy. Let's go. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the Cyclone versus Cyclone. Gidge. As game number 1 is going to be taking place on Hecate. Now, before we get into the finals, a big shout out to the Korean StarCraft League. If you are a fan of the Korean StarCraft League, if you want to support it, if you didn't know you could, exclamation mark KSL. Exclamation mark KSL in the chat, and you will get a link to the Patreon of the Korean StarCraft League where you can support the entire tournament. You can help fund it, you can help grow it, and you can gain some benefits as well. So do consider checking it out. Do consider supporting if you wish. Again, it's by no means do you have to. You know, the tournament is going to run regardless, but if you want to support it, if you want this tournament to be a weekly again, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, we're getting into the finals of the Korean StarCraft League, week number 45, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Kure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. Here we go. I saw in the chat. I saw in the chat. Not the Colossus. Oh no, Colossi. Not like this. I didn't know. Wait, hold on. Colossi in the chat. Were you originally Protoss and then switched to Terran? Does that would explain your name? That would explain things. Not like this. There's water in the blood. True, Papi. True. Did feel that way. But here we go. We are selling into our TVT. So far, we have Byun opening up double gas. So is Kure. So far, mirrored builds between our players. Double gas openers is going to be leading into delayed CCs, and this does make a little bit more sense on Hecate. Rush distance by ground is surprisingly short, despite how wide the map is, despite how many bases there are. You can be very assertive on Hecate, so again, pretty safe openers between our players. Factories are on the way, And this should be leading into Cyclones. Should be, with a reactor into an add-on swap into Cyclones, but we'll see if our players deviate. We could see a more traditional opener of Reaper Hellion. Reaper Hellion is something that was very standard, 6 months ago, but has kind of fallen by the wayside with the new Cyclone. We'll see if either one does embrace it. For now, though, we do have our Reapers moving out, second Reapers on the way. Again, it is very risky to move out with your first Reaper across the map, just because if your opponent opens up reactored Reapers, then you can just lose momentum, lose your first Reaper, and lose the game. So we do have to respect each other, as neither player SCV scouts and neither player moves out with their Reaper. We're both chilling back at home, getting into our Cyclones. Cyclones are on the way. We can see that Beyond has made a third Reaper. Interesting. So it looks like Beyond wants to be more assertive. With additional Reapers, he can move out. He can be quite aggressive with this once he gets his Cyclones up and running. Meanwhile, across the map, we're going for an add-on swap. This should be for a factory on the reactor, I imagine, but we'll see. Starports are on the way. Ooh, Tech Lab here for Beyond instead. Okay. So Beyond has the potential to go into something like a Banshee opener or earlier Ravens. We'll see how we do mix it up. As Cure is working towards his Cyclone drop. Meanwhile, Beyond, okay, doesn't go for the add-on swap, he's going for earlier tanks. Now, we have seen this dynamic. Players like Oliveira is very fond of this. So basically, Beyond is skipping Cyclone versus Cyclone. He's skipping the Cyclone phase of TBT, and we're rushing into really early tanks. Now, this is risky because if Cure were to commit to Cyclones, which he is, he should be going for an add-on swap with this Tech Lab, which he is, and he's going into Ravens. Like, Raven Cyclone is terrifying because even if you have 2 or 3 tanks, with the Disable with Interference Matrix, you can break through the tank line with your Cyclones and kill your opponents. Like, it's still a very risky defense from Beyond. As there we go, Ravens are on the way. Do you have the drop moving out across the map? Tank has been scouted. Ooh. Good juggling out of Cure. Does avoid the tank shots, or does keep his Cyclones alive. We'll pull back. At the same time, we'll try to slip in towards the right-hand side. Reapers get picked off. Good defense so far by Beyond. And Beyond is going straight for a third CC. Very greedy play here from Beyond, but his goal here is to play defensively. He's just turtling up back at home, rushing into a fast third. And Cure does not see the third CC. He's not aware. But what he is doing is working on that Disable. Interference Matrix is on the way. Ravens are building up. Cyclones are building up as well. And we'll see if Beyond can survive, because things are looking quite dicey here. Again, instead of going for additional production, additional infrastructure, going for the CC is so risky. Here we go, we dive into the main. Cyclone goes down. Oof. Oh, Cure bleeding out 2 Cyclones. That is not ideal. Big losses there for Cure. That will slow down any kind of push towards the natural, and we throw down a third CC. Third CC on location for Cure. I feel like Beyond is defended. I feel like he's probably held at this point. Here, he is being active outside the natural base, but I think he's just here to contain, not to push in. As he is still continuing with that Cyclone production. Going for another drop. Second Raven has arrived. Disable is now done for Cure. But again, I feel like his goal here is just to contain, just to pick up whatever he can. The problem here is that Cure, he's just bled out so much. He's bled out so much already, getting up to 6 Cyclones. It is tempting. So going for the drop into the main. Beyond, he sees it ahead of time. He does respond, does react. Yeah, he's in position. Zones away the drop. Now getting into his production as well. Third CC should soon be taken. Basically, once Beyond has Stim, then he can break out. So we have to wait a little bit longer here for Stim to finish, and then we can break free and expand. Meanwhile, the Ravens going across the map instead. Yeah, Beyond going for some auto tart harass. So far getting 4 SCVs, delaying the production. Very nice damage here. Get 7, 8 workers across the map. Good damage here. Another auto tart towards the natural, delaying these Raxes. As Beyond did not need the Ravens back at home. They didn't help him at all. So may as well get 11 SCVs. And the Ravens, they all survive. all do survive. Oh, bit of a missed rally there from Bjorn. Has to be careful. But Stim has completed, so now Bjorn can break free. Should be looking to expand. Shot behind the base, coming back in with those cyclones. The auto turret harass continues. Delaying those depots. Supply blocking Cure going back in once again. Oh, and this is quite a bit of damage here. Bjorn getting far ahead here in the economy. Thankfully, Cure has a third, so he's making up for it with, you know, better saturation and more efficient mining. So the third base is helping Cure, but again, Bjorn is fighting back. We can see here that Bjorn is oversaturated at his natural. He needs to expand sooner rather than later, and he's still going for drop play. Very interesting. So again, instead of breaking out and expanding, Bjorn just harassing instead. Gets across the map, more auto charts thrown down. Finally, one Raven doesn't go down and still refuses. We get another 4 SCVs. We get a 5th. 5th worker goes down. Marine drop coming in. Do we have anything to defend? We do. Curie's in position. Is somewhat in position to defend his mineral line. But Bjorn is too quick. He gets in. 8 SCVs, 9 SCVs go down. Picks up, gets the hell out of there, drops into the main. And Cure, he is being pulled apart. Losing how many SCVs? 25! Oh my god! 25 SCVs have gone down. And what's scary about this is that we haven't lost any of the Ravens. All 3 Ravens have lived, have survived. The drop is still up and running as well. And now Bjorn can expand. And he is just taking a further economic lead. On top of that, it isn't just the economy for Bjorn, but the tank count. Remember, Bjorn went for very early tank production, and he hasn't lost a single tank. So looking at the units tab, we have 5 tanks to 3. In a head-to-head fight, Bjorn, he's ahead in the army, he's ahead in the economy, going in once again with more auto turrets, 4 more SCVs go down, and Cure is all in. It's feeling pretty committed here for Cure. We have to push. Now, thankfully, even though Cure is down in tanks, he has Ravens. He can disable. He can break through the tank line. And Bjorn is still not out of this as he's going across the map with a double drop. We're forcing a base trade. Big disables on the tanks. 1 does on siege. Cure is pushing in at the same time his main base is under fire. We have reinforcements. It looks like Cure, he will clean this up. He will defend. At the same time, he breaks the 3rd base. And we have to keep going. Bjorn is in trouble. The drop is cleaned up. Bjorn losing his tanks. Another disable here on the final tank of Bjorn. Boys are being pulled, and Cure may have too much. Yeah, he's snowballing out of control. He breaks the natural base, gets on top of the tank. And now we only have the main to worry about. Bjorn stuck on 1 base across the map. He denies mining at the 3rd, but it's not going to be good enough. Cure, he has production. He has an economy. Bjorn doesn't. Knocked down to 23 SCVs. And really, this was the only move for Cure. Cure, he was being torn apart. He was being pulled apart left and right. Losing so many SCVs, falling behind in tanks. The all-in was the only way. And he's pulling it off. Here we go. Bjorn trying to break free. Comes in for the surround. He surrounds the army. Cleans up the tanks. He will force this back. But Cure is still in a better position. Bjorn, he's on 1 base right now. He lost his natural. Going to be landing his 3rd. And Cure, he's ahead in workers. He's ahead in army. As long as Cure calms down, he should be okay. And the pressure is now on Bjorn. Bjorn had such an amazing start, by the way. He had such a beautiful start to the game. But he was caught with his pants down. He was caught undefended back at home. As he forced the all-in, Cure slipping in from behind with a couple of cyclones. Gets an SCV. Gets a 2nd worker. And looking at the units tab here, where even in tanks, Cure almost double the marine count. Almost double the SCV count. So basically the goal here for Bjorn is to outposition Cure. Cure, he has his army set up at the left-hand side at the 3rd. The natural's looking exposed. Tanks are sieged. Bjorn does come in, does outposition his opponent. Good tank shots. Is it enough though? As Bjorn, he's winning the battle here on the ground, winning on the marine battle, but yeah, Cure, the reinforcements may just be too much. The production for Cure rallying on out. as Bjorn just barely doesn't have enough to break through. It was a good fight for Bjorn, which is why, even though Bjorn had the supply disadvantage, he had the better positioning. Better positioning overall. Better upgrades, as Bjorn has 2-2 compared to the 1-1 of Cure. So Bjorn took a good fight, but a good fight isn't good enough. We need more. We need more than a good fight. As Bjorn going for a drop towards a natural. Cure, no vision, no sensor tower, doesn't see, doesn't know. Can we get on top of the eBays? That would be huge. That would be huge. We get the gas geyser instead. Marines are coming in. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, the tank is going to be targeted down, and Bjorn is being cleaned up. Even losing a medevac. Ooh. A brutal loss there for Bjorn. This was not the best trade from him. Meanwhile, he's rallying across the map, and I don't blame him. Again, like, there's so much pressure on Bjorn right now. He knows. He knows that he's behind. He knows he has to do something crazy, and he does catch some Marines. Gets a medevac. Does get a medevac, going for a drop. Ugh, there's a solid tank line, though, from Cure. Defending that ramp. Drop into the main. No! Full medevac goes down. Brutal loss there for Bjorn. And they're trading a tank for a tank. Barely getting a second tank as well, but GG gets called. There's just not enough left over, and Cure will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. It's because Colossal Gulp is a Colossal Chad, Papi. Ah, oh, he's a Colossi. Let's go. But GG, well played. Cure does take the first game. Again, it was a rough start for Cure. Very brutal start where he was bleeding out so much, losing so much of his economy, not even having the best army either, but he was able to snowball out of control. He was able to just go for the all-in and catch Bjorn with his pants down. Bjorn was woefully underprepared for an all-in. Where were all of his Marines? Remember, he went for a double drop across the map. He had nothing to support his tanks back at home. So Bjorn, even though he had more tanks than his opponent, didn't matter. He had nothing to support, nothing to sustain. And with that, Cure takes game 1. GG. GG, well played. And honestly, if Cure had waited, if he had waited any longer, like a minute, then Bjorn would have taken it. He would have had reinforcements, would have secured his position, would have maintained his lead, and it would have been a very different game. So Cure was on a bit of a timer, and thankfully for Cure, he was able to get in just in time. Catch Bjorn in the end. And with that, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our Korean Terran leading the series 1-0, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. Let's go. Is it worth for Bjorn to get a Viking for the medevac camping north of him? It depends on the player. Like, if Bjorn feels confident enough that he can react in time, then it wouldn't be worth the Viking, because Bjorn wants to get into medevac production and be very drop heavy, and that will slow down his own aggression, making a Viking, I mean. So if you can get away with avoiding that Viking, then you'll be fine. Like, you don't need it there in that situation. As Bjorn was dropping quite heavily in that game. Did end up taking that loss though, and now Bjorn is up against the wall. Now, to be fair, it's a best of 5. To be fair, it is a best of 5 between these two players. Plenty of games are ahead of us. I'm expecting a back and forth. I'm hoping for a back and forth, but we'll see. Hello, Cure. As we are moving out with our SCV. Now remember, last game, there was no SCV scout from either player. We did not care. So interesting that Cure is moving out and he is scouting with the SCV, so he's a little bit concerned about what Bjorn might do. It makes sense. I mean, Cure, he's leading the series. He's going for an economic opener. So is Bjorn. But Cure is leading the series, so he wants to make sure he doesn't get cheesed out. And he does confirm the racks expand. So economic opener by Bjorn, economic opener by Cure. Technically, Bjorn is a little bit further ahead because he didn't SCV scout. So There's basically a worker that isn't doing anything for Cure, and that same worker for Bjorn is mining. Is mining in the main base. So a slightly more efficient opener here by Bjorn. Cure has the peace of mind knowing what's going on. Bjorn doesn't care. He hasn't scouted at all. Is now moving out with his Reaper. Likewise, Cure also moving out with his own Reaper, going straight for the natural, going to try and delay the CC. Does slip in. Likewise, Bjorn does the same as well. SCVs are going to be going down for both players. Both Bjorn and Cure, they will be delayed. Second SCV moves down, Marines push forward, and both players can resume building. No, Bjorn, he comes back in! And where are the Marines here for Cure? Cure going for a third CC. He's crazy. Oh my god. Cure being a little bit too greedy. He has nothing. He has his Reapers out of the map, but he has no Marines. There we go. The Reapers, they come back home. Third CC has been scouted. Third CC has been sorted. Big scout here from Bjorn as he gets the hell out of there. And Cure's crazy. That was a third CC. Was that... That wasn't before the... That is before Starport, but not before the factory. But very greedy. A very greedy play here from Cure. Can he get away with it? Oh my... Bjorn. Oh my god. The moves. The KDA charge, but we flank the Reaper. We shut it down. Cure, he gains map control, but now our eyes are on Bjorn. Now, basically, Cure is going to be stuck defending. He's stuck defending. He's making Hellions of all things out of his factory. Working towards his Starport production, working towards his third CC. Bjorn, how does he react? Ooh, in position, takes down one, takes down both Reapers. And we can see Bjorn going for a later command center. So it looks like Bjorn, his goal is one, yes, he's going to be aggressive. He's working on a medevac drop. So he's going to be aggressive across the map, but he's going to be expanding behind it. He's not going all in. He's trying to catch up. He is going to try to catch up, and here we go. The drop is moving out. Meanwhile, Cure back at home, reactoring out Cyclones. Tech Lab is on the way. It's going to be Cyclone and Banshee. Sorry, Cyclone and Raven play again. So same destination, but we got there quite differently for Cure. As a Hellion does slip into that natural, getting an SCV. Not bad. We get a worker at the same time. Bjorn drops into the main. We will get some damage done. Going for the Cyclone as well. Boys are being pulled. Medevac does evacuate. So Bjorn loses 2. Cure also loses 2. So even trades here. Again, Cure still getting away with that faster third CC. Bjorn once again straight into tank production. So Bjorn, he's kind of following the path of Oliveira in a way here, as Oliveira also, he likes doing this, where we just go for very tank heavy compositions. If you're curious about the play styles of our players, Cure and Clem, they're very fond of the reactored Cyclone instead. Just mass Cyclones gives you map control and also gives you the opportunity to harass and push into the natural. So a much more aggressive style from Cure, much more defensive out of Bjorn. Once again, as is the same kind of style that both players played in Game 1. There we go. Tanks are on the way. Getting into Stim, getting into Bio. Once again, fast upgrades from Bjorn, rushing into 1-1. So he will have the better upgraded Marines. And if Bjorn can survive and get into his third, again, the mid-game should be stronger from Bjorn. It should be. Just like how last game it should have been stronger as well, but there are windows, there are kind of vulnerabilities that can be taken advantage of. But something that I'm sure Cure isn't going for just because of that faster third base. As the third is now being landed on location for Cure. Bjorn going to be landing his own as well. Now, Cure does have a higher worker count because of his faster third CC. So Cure has a better economy. The pressure is on Bjorn. He's going to be checking the third base, but not the third we're looking for. Cure expanding linearly instead. Bjorn trying to get a read on this. He does dive in, and he will confirm that the CC is missing. So he now knows that the expansion has been taken elsewhere. As he does try to push in, he will get a Cyclone. Very nicely done. Ooh. barely does pick up. Lock on is real, and we do not get the medevac. Phew, Bjorn barely does slip away. Very risky moves here out of Bjorn. Does escape the Marine. No! The Marine comes in. Doesn't get it. Oh my god, that was so close. I was one shot away from going down. Marine unable to keep up. Remember, Cure does not have stim. Not yet. It's finishing up in a couple of seconds, and here we go. Cure is pushing. Now remember, Cure, he has Ravens, and he has plenty of disables available. So he can break this position. Beyond stimming on forward. We have 4 tanks. That's a lot of tanks. At the same time, across the map, Liberator harass here at the natural. And Cure is pushing in. Takes down the tower. 4 SCVs go down. Still just repositioning, denying mining here across the map. Very necessary damage for Bjorn. Again, Bjorn is down in workers, so we have to do something to the economy here of Cure. And he is. So good damage dealt by that Lib. Meanwhile, across the map, Cure not pulling the trigger. Just maintaining this position. We stim forward, we go for the Raven! Ooh, Cure not paying attention, loses 1, loses 2! Big pickoffs. And just like that, Bjorn is safe. He kills 2 Ravens, which means we can't disable all the tanks. Suddenly, all the tanks cannot be disabled, not anymore. And Bjorn is going for a triple jump across the map. Bjorn, he knows he no longer needs these Marines back at home. Risky move. Defending with only tanks. SCVs are going down. You know, Bjorn turning back around. He wants to collapse on this army. Gets another Raven. Forces out the auto turrets. Tank volley's going off. We get the final Raven. The tank is going to go down. A big fight here for Bjorn. And at the same time, he's coming in with his reinforcements, trying to catch out the army. Up. Sims forward. Gets a Cyclone. Gets 1. Gets a second. A third Cyclone as well. And a 4th. And basically almost every Cyclone. 1 Cyclone survives. Cure rallying across the map. It looks like he can come across the 4th base. He's not taking this line down. Cancels the 4th. Big move there by Cure. Coming into the natural base, catching Bjorn out of position. But he does spin back home. Does defend, losing only 5 SCVs. And again, Cure, he lost so much of his army. Lost his Cyclones, lost his tanks. Looking at the tank count, we have 6 tanks from Bjorn to the 1 tank of Cure. That's insane. In a head-to-head fight, Bjorn, he can take it. But pushing up a ramp into tanks is still a difficult thing to do. Even if there's only 1 tank. But we're going for it. We're stimming in. There we go. Cure in position to defend. The tanks are sieging up. Oh, big volleys going up on the army. On the Marines. And Bjorn, he breaks on through. He barely gets a tank, but he lost a lot in the process. He bled out a lot of Marines. But he does deny the 3rd. Containing Cure to 2 bases. While Bjorn is happily mining, working on his 4th CC. That's what's important. Cure going for a counterattack. Once again, going for the same location he just was at. But that's not where the 4th is. It's at the right-hand side. So Bjorn is safe. Bjorn is safe back at home. He won't lose his 4th. Does get the medevac. And he will shut everything else down. Bjorn is in the driver's seat. Cure is able to reestablish his base. Very oversaturated. And Cure does not have a 4th CC. No 4th in sight. Tanks going off. Cure bleeding out another tank. Does have Vikings. Cure, instead of going medevacs, Cure, he does have the Viking lead. Takes down another tank. The Vikings, they will deter any kind of drop play. They should. But Bjorn, he doesn't care. He boosts on forward. Past the turret, into the main base. Ooh, 2 medevacs go down. This is not worth it here. Bjorn losing 3 full medevacs. Uh-oh. That was a brutal trade for Bjorn. And just like that, Cure, he's back in this. Takes out another tank. Bjorn overextending heavily there. Now, Cure is still lacking a 4th base, that is true. But suddenly, Cure, he has a pretty hefty army that he's working with. He is moving out. Looking at the army sizes, Cure suddenly takes a tank lead and a marine lead. 2-2 is done for both players. 3-3 is on the way for Bjorn. Yeah, we push on forward. Liberator's getting in position. We stim forward as well. Cure overextending a little bit. Yeah, Cure bleeding out a lot of marines. Tanks are pushing forward. Bjorn trading as efficiently as possible. But Bjorn will still lose the fight. Yeah, losing all of his tanks. Cure, he still maintains a 20 supply lead. And he's going to keep on pushing. We can see Bjorn slowing down the army, forcing out some sieges. Ooh. One tank goes down. Bjorn getting his 4th up and running. Cure is still on 3 bases. Cure is pretty all in. Like, Cure is pretty all in here. As he does not have a 4th. Is going to rotate around. And that supply lead that Cure once had isn't there anymore. Again, this fight in the center map was brutal for Cure. Like, he won it, but just barely. He was maybe a little bit too overexcited. He got too excited, Papi. And you can see now the 4th base of Bjorn kicking in. Now reflected in his supply. As he's remaxing so much faster. Bjorn even throwing down a 5th and a 6th CC. More bases on the way. Bjorn getting further ahead. He finds a Liberator. He finds some tanks. Yeah, 2 tanks are going to be going out for free. At the same time, Cure collapsing on the army from behind. Will clean this up. A big catch for Cure. Does lose 2 tanks, but he gets what was that? 3? 4 tanks? Update. There we go. 4 tanks went down. A good trade for Cure. Steaming on forward, bleeding out a tank, pushing up the ramp. Bjorn, he's in a lot of trouble. Being forced further back. Same time, Cure, he overextends. Forced back once again. The ebb and flow of TVT. Overextending a little bit too much. But Cure, there's just so much pressure on him. Slowly leapfrogging forward, getting a tank. Getting one and soon another. Oh. As once again, Cure barely doesn't win that fight. And you can see here he lifts up his main as the 4th base. Again, Cure very committed, very all in. Taking his 4th. Bjorn in the midst of this defense goes for a double drop. It's going to be denied. But these tanks are looking so exposed. And yeah, Bjorn is going to catch so many tanks here. He gets 4. 4 tanks go down. At the same time, Bjorn scanning the 4th base. Sees the lack of saturation. There's no rush here to deny it. There's also an army in position. So Bjorn backs up. And Bjorn knows, like, again, he can just chill. Longer this goes on, he's just outproducing his opponent. He's just outproducing Cure. And Cure, he almost bounced back. he had some good moments here in this game. But again, did feel like he overextended a little bit too much. Bjorn taking a 5th CC. Just perpetually up a base. Cure is going to go by undetected, though. He could get a kill. Yeah, Planetary isn't done. Bjorn out of position. We stim on forward. And we will get a kill on this base. The pick up. At the same time, Bjorn, he catches another CC. That was the 3rd, by the way. It floated over as a 5th. It gets shut down. Oof. Cure, he's down to 2 orbitals. 2 orbitals left. We stim on forward, and Curie's out of position. We dive on top of the tanks. They're all going to go down. GG gets called, and Bjorn will tap the series 1-1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Bjorn does take down Cure. Does take him down in game number 2. Does tie things up. We have a series. We have a tied up series here. Let's go. That's all I was hoping for. But this was a pretty close one. Both Bjorn and Cure had their moments. Bjorn, he himself overextended, and that moment when he dropped into the main was brutal. He lost 3 full medevacs full of units, and suddenly Bjorn was in a lot of trouble. He was in hot water. Thankfully, Bjorn, he barely held on. He held on to his fourth as well. Was able to take it in the end. GG. With that, we're now getting into game number 3. And this is still anyone's game. This is still anyone's tournament. Who will take a lead? Who will gain momentum here? Who will take a 2-1 lead in this finals as we're loading in to Hardlead? Catching up in the chat. Both studying 4GG pods. Oh. What does 4GG do? I don't... I don't know, Pappy. I don't know. Indy got... Oh. Share ma, Pappy. Share ma. Shout out to Indy in the chat. I think that... Is that our Indy? It is. Ah. Share ma. Dzień dobry. As we're getting into our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our South Korean Terran, our red Terran player representing Team Liquid, being forced into a tied up series. Can he bounce back? Can he bring it back? It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, tying up the series 1-1, getting proxied. Let's go. It is Bjorn. And it is going to be committed to proxy 2 racks out of Cure. Bjorn. It looks like Bjorn is going for a racks expand. Okay, so Cure has potential. So this looks like an economic opener out of Bjorn. 1 gas geyser. Single gas geyser. This is ideal for Cure. This means it's going to be a CC. It means the factory is going to be delayed. Delayed factory production here by Bjorn. Cure, his win condition, to dive into the main base, cripple the economy, sure, catch the Reaper, but if he can deny the factory from finishing, if he can get on top of that factory, then that's going to be game. So this is going to be a tense moment here, as yeah, Bjorn, he's going for the CC on the low ground. Oh boy, Cure rolling the dice, and so far, rolling well. The gamble is paying off. CC's on the way. Again, factory still not thrown down, not yet. And the Reapers, they're coming. Now, Bjorn can defend, but the problem here is that Bjorn doesn't SCV scout, so he doesn't know that something is wrong. He should be checking with the Reaper. This Reaper should be checking proxy locations. If he realizes what's happening, we need to pull the boys. We need to pull SCVs to survive this. As Bjorn, he checks triangular third. He's going towards a linear third. He's out of position. Reapers are coming in, and they should deny the factory. SCV is going to go down. Factory is going to be heavily delayed. Boys are being pulled. Can we hold on? The Reaper is going to be targeted. Big pick off there by Cure. Reaper goes down. Third Reaper's on the way. Oh, bit of miscontrol though. But GG gets called. That's game. We deny the factory, and Cure takes a lead in the series. GG. That was just really unlucky. GG. Really unlucky for Bjorn. Unlucky that he went for an economic opener at the start of the game. Again, Cure had no idea what was happening. Just gambled, rolled the dice. But it wasn't just that. It was also unfortunate that Bjorn was scouting for the proxy, but he missed it, which meant that the Reaper was out of position. The Reaper wasn't at home to defend. So every second counts in this game state. Every second does count. We got into the main, got on top of the factory, killed the Reaper. GG. That's GG. Like you... It's so brutal there. It's a knife fight, and things can escalate very quickly. You have a couple of seconds to react and a couple of seconds to respond, and that's StarCraft. And just like that, Cure takes a lead. Cure is 1 game away from becoming our KSL champion. Bjorn has to fight back here and now, as we're getting into game 4. Shema. Here we go. Game 4 going to be on Site Delta. So just, yeah, an unfortunate turn of events in that last game. As we're getting into game number 4 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta. A very risky player that gambled a little bit in that last game, but it paid off. He has a lead. Una más. 1 more is all he needs to become this week's KSL champion. Can he pull it off? It's our red Terran representing Team Liquid, Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran. Again, having a rocky start, having an unfortunate start in that last game. Looking to tie things up. He's down in the series. He has to win here and now to force the ace match. The South Korean Terran, it is Beyond. I'm scared. It's happening again. 2x Reaper. 2x Reaper from Cure. Just like the last game. If Beyond goes for an economic opener, it's better already for Cure. So we're gambling a little bit here, and Beyond is going double gas. Okay. We have a game. Beyond this time is going for a double gas opener, which means faster factory. It means he won't be as vulnerable as he was, so the chance of defending is a lot higher. It doesn't mean that it's like a secure defense and that he's already won the game. Not at all. It just means that things are looking a little bit better here. It will still come down to the control. It will still come down to the micro. Beyond still needs to pull the boys to survive and actually get into that cyclone production, sorry, into that helium production back at home. Reapers are on the way. Reapers are on the way. Cure going to be checking, moving in with his SCV. There it is. Factory already in production for Beyond. Very necessary. And Cure confirms. He dips in. He confirms the timing of the factory. He confirms the lack of CC on the low ground. He's now aware that this is going to be a little bit harder. It's going to be more difficult. And Beyond still is in the dark. Still doesn't know what's going on. Again, Beyond does not traditionally SCV scout in TVT. Reaper is checking. Oh, and we do come across the Reaper. Big hits here from Cure. He does shoot first. And now we have to pull back. SCVs, they have to be pulled as well. Factory still not done. Uh-oh. Factory, we need to save it. We need to preserve it here. One SCV does fall. And the factory is going to be delayed just barely. More boys being pulled, but these boys are late. And the factory will finish. And Cure is transitioning. He's transitioning back at home. Factory on the way. Cure knows he cannot end the game, but this is a lot of lost mining time for Beyond. A lot of lost mining time here. This is pretty impactful damage. So many boys were pulled. And the Reapers, they're looking to snowball out of control. They bust into the main base. They get another SCV. One Reaper falls. Hellion has arrived. We can clean this up. We get another Reaper. Oh, we get every single Reaper as well. Finally, we get cleaned up, but these were good trades for Cure. Look at the units lost. He killed 4 SCVs and he denied so much mining time. You can see here the economy deep in the red in favor of Cure. Does overextend though. Cure bleeding out another Reaper. Now again, what's important is that we survived. And Beyond can expand behind this. Cure working on Cyclone production, floating his Raxes back home. We have a more back and forth. But Cure did quite a lot. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. One, Cure, he does have an economic lead for now, but Beyond has a faster natural. That natural base is almost done. Meanwhile, the natural just started for Cure. So Beyond will be able to recover. He should be able to recover economically. As Cure, does he get another SCV? He does. Gets another SCV. Ay, ay, ay. He's crazy. Gets another worker here in the main. Forcing some add-on swaps. You see again, Cure setting up defensively back at home. Chronoing out, just pumping out those Cyclones. Likewise, Beyond with his own. And the game should settle from here. It should settle from here. Depending on how aggressive we want to be behind this. We can see, oh, a second factory. We're going into mech. Oh my god. Cure going for a second factory behind this, getting into mech of all things. Looking to go into mass cyclone. Okay. Gumiho, is that you? But this should be for mass cyclone from the side of Cure. Reactors should be on the way for these factories. Back at home, Beyond getting into his own add-on swaps, working towards his own Raven production. But this is definitely a scary moment. Cure moving out with a medevac drop. Beyond likewise moving out with his Cyclones. He was spotted. Cure getting in position. Is getting his army in position here. Yeah, Beyond taking control of the low ground. Does get a couple of SCVs. Oh! Heli volley looking good. We do go for the scan though, as Cure, he does collapse on this army. The repairs keep the Cyclones alive. And Cure cleans that up. At the same time, Liberator into the main base. Has Beyond spotted the factory? He has not. He doesn't see the second factory. He gets 9 SCV kills. Beyond extends his economic lead. A very nice worker lead here for Beyond. But the Cyclones are still amassing. Again, we should be seeing an add-on swap here with the factory and the racks. Third CC on the way. Ooh, oh my, Beyond. Rushing into a third CC, Papi. Okay. Very greedy here by Beyond. There's the add-on swap. Cyclones are amassing. Now, what is most scary here for Beyond is just the fact that he didn't see the second factory. Like, he hasn't seen enough to tell him it's mech. He doesn't know. Does not know. As we've seen every game so far, every macro game from Beyond, going into early tanks. So just skipping the Cyclone phase, rushing into tank production instead. Hurricane thrusters on the way. How many Ravens? We have 2 Ravens for Cure. He's going for a big push. This is going to hit hard. And like we alluded to in the previous games, the goal here for Cure is to disable the tanks. It is to disable the tanks and break the natural with Mass Cyclone. Beyond going to be harassing here with his Raven. Like, the problem here is that in regular TBT, if you're still playing Bio, it is not uncommon to get up to 10 Cyclones. That's the problem right now, is that this Cyclone count isn't abnormal. It's still not enough of a tell. As Beyond is still just getting into his tanks, getting into his Bio. Stim is on the way. There it is, scan into the main. Now we know. We see both factories. We see the researching tech lab. Beyond now fully aware of the mech, and we need Marauders. We need as many Marauders as possible. The tank gets picked off. A big catch there for Cure. Gets a tank. Marauder production has commenced. Again, we have 0 Marauders, but at least we're starting the first one. Liberator into the main. Getting a couple of hits in. Oh, and here comes the push from Cure. I'm concerned. We have a bunker. We have a Marauder. 1 Marauder. Let's go. But upon losing the tank, this is still looking quite vulnerable, and we are going to be committing here. There we go. Drop into the main. Distract some of the army. Ravens are ready for the disables. Only 2 tanks here at the natural. 1 in the mineral line. 1 on top of the ramp. Ravens are coming in. They throw down the auto turrets and the disable here on the low ground. Bunker does fall. Cure busting into the natural. Does he have enough? I don't think he does. Okay, Cure, the position is too good. That 1 tank on the high ground is the MVP. As Beyond holds. He holds, he preserves all of his tanks. That was a big win for Beyond. Now, what's scary here, as the Raven is harassing, is that there is still no 3rd CC. We should have one. We should have a 3rd CC by now. We're getting 3 more racks. 3 more factories. 2 more factories even. So this is looking like a 2-base all-in. Scan reveals the positioning of the army. Reveals the 3rd base. Okay. We're getting a 3rd. It's going to be thrown down on location for Cure. Getting his 3rd up and running. Armory is on the way. We're going for a longer game. And we're still committed to mech. Now, Beyond does have a nice economic lead, a nice tank lead as well, but Cure is about to like really pump up his tank production. And he will have a more efficient army. Like, mech is terrifying, Fab. It's terrifying. It is terrifying here. As we see Cure just relinquishing map control in a sense, forced to defend. We do see Beyond rushing into 1-1. He will have better upgrades. He will have the better economy. Beyond should be rushing into a 4th, and there it is. 4th CC is on the way. Basically, when you realize you're up against mech, especially tank mech, like a more turtly form of it, and the scan does reveal the 3rd, we need to take advantage of our map control. We need to rush into the economy. 4th, maybe even double expand. Throw down a 5th CC. throw down our production, be active with drops, and be as greedy as possible. You can see Beyond skyrocketing ahead here in the economy, or in the overall supply, which is what he needs to do. Likewise, Beyond needs to do the best he can to deny the fourth and to contain Cure. But Beyond is committing. I'm not so sure about this. Beyond being very aggressive, pushing forward with everything he has. A good amount of Marauders. We're stimming forward. Yeah, we're collapsing on the army. We get on top of some of these tanks. Big disables here from Cure. Trying to buy some time. Boys are being pulled. The tanks, can we barely hold on? We can. Cyclones, they come in for a flank. We collapse on top of the tanks, and Cure, he will hold. But at what cost? Otherwise, that was an expensive trade there for Beyond, losing his army, but Cure did lose 18 SCVs. As Cure is going for a counterattack, Beyond losing every one of his tanks. And now Cure has a massive tank lead. Oh boy. Cure, he's down 30 SCVs, but he has an army. He has a massive army, and can he catch a tank? Oh, not quite. As Cure is pushing forward. Yeah, gaining ground. Leapfrogging forward with these tanks. He's going for the kill move. He's looking to end the game with this army. Takes down the Medivacs. Can land the Vikings. Yeah, lands the Vikings on the tank as well. Does focus it down. And what does Beyond have left? He has one tank and a handful of boys. There we go. The boys are being pulled. He gets a handful of Marines. The SCVs, they get annihilated. Oh my god. We force a bit of friendly fire. One tank goes down. GG gets called. Cure, he has far too much. And Cure, despite the rough proxy 2 racks there at the start of the game, he will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Korean StarCraft League champion. GG. GG, well played. Cure flexing his mech there. To be fair, Cure was falling far behind in the economy, but he took a massive fight. On his side of the map, he may have lost all of his workers, but he was able to reset the tank count, preserve most of his own tanks, and bam, we were all in. We had to go for a big all-in there, wedging ourselves in between the bases, and Beyond just lost too much. He just did not have enough to defend back at home. He was vulnerable. GG. GG, well played. If Cure didn't attack then and there, then Beyond would have stabilized. Because remember, Beyond was taking a fourth. He was taking a fourth base. He was working towards 2-2 upgrades. His production was getting underway. Like, Beyond was ahead in so many other ways, except for his army. Except for that army after that brutal fight. GG. Congratulations here to Cure. Fun fact, we saw something similar, if you remember, in Cure versus Hero. If you were here for the semifinals, Cure versus Hero, Cure also found himself in like some really awkward positions, but he was hyper aggressive, always in the face of Hero, despite being all in. Similar here against Beyond. So, very well done here by Cure. My condolences to Beyond, my condolences, especially game number 3. Game 3 was brutal. Game 3 was unfortunate. With the proxy 2 racks, like it ended quite quickly there. It was just an unlucky game for Beyond. If it wasn't for that, maybe we were able to sink our teeth into a longer series. But regardless, a big win for Cure, taking down Hero and Beyond. Pretty big wins. And again, Cure is one of the best Terrans in the world. He's very underrated just because Cure doesn't have, he isn't as charismatic as Maru or Beyond or Clem. This is true, but the play is there. You know, he's similar to Innovation in a sense. I say similar because I don't know what it is, but even though Innovation wasn't really known for his personality, he still kind of was. Like, he was known for being like very robotic, very methodical, very clinical in his play. I don't know if Cure is quite, he's closer to like an Innovation than like a Beyond, for example, like personality wise, but yeah, I don't know, he's still lacking that kind of that X factor that Innovation had. So a lot of people, they do overlook Cure, despite the fact that he's amazing. And GG, well played. Cure takes it. He is our KSL champion this week. Congratulations. Congratulations here. Yeah. And yeah, with that, again, if you want to support the Korean StarCraft League, !KSL, !KSL in the chat, so you can get a link to the Patreon of the Korean StarCraft League. Otherwise, tune in 2 weeks. This is a bi-weekly tournaments. Every 2 weeks, a KSL is held, a Korean StarCraft League is held. So mark your calendars and consider following the channel because we always cast this every single week without fail. Sometimes live, sometimes via replays, depending on where we are in the world. Regardless, we bring you plenty of content here on the channel. Again, maybe if you haven't watched before, I know we have a lot of new viewers from Kiwian. Big shout out to Kiwian for the raid. Gracias. 감사합니다. Thank you so much for the raid. If you may be tuning in for the first time, you know we've been casting StarCraft here for many years at this point. We've been on that grind, casting on a daily basis with very few days off. So if you enjoyed the casting, if you want some more StarCraft, we got you covered. We cast events like the KSL, ESL Open Cups. We cover WTL, Kung Fu Cup. We host our own show matches. The Club NV X Ducklings Showdown is going to be on Tuesday. Fun fact, we didn't plan this, but we are going to be hosting a show match on Tuesday, and it's going to be a best of 7. It's going to be a best of 7 between these two players, between Bjorn and Cure. We already organized a best of 7 between them, and they just happened to face off in a best of 5 here in the finals of KSL. So in a couple of days, they're going to have a rematch. There's going to be a rematch between Bjorn and Cure, and it's going to be a bit of a grudge match here. We'll see if Bjorn can fight back or if Cure gets another win on the board. We will find out on Tuesday. Meanwhile, we also host events like Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is tomorrow, by the way. Tomorrow is Sparkling Tuna Cup. We also host events like Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open as well. And we're going to be covering the qualifiers of the Stars War event. I did not misspeak. It is not Star Wars. It is Stars War, which is so awkward to say. But it is a Chinese offline event that is going to be taking place in the coming months. And the qualifiers are starting next week. Or they're starting in less than a week. On Wednesday is the Korean qualifier. So we're going to be casting all the qualifiers, the open qualifiers and the closed qualifiers. There's going to be a qualifier for every region, for Korea, for Asia, for Europe, and for the Americas. So if you're interested in that for the next big premier offline events, then consider following the channel because we're going to be casting every single qualifier here on the CranKy Ducklings. Quack. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We are also co-streaming on YouTube. So if you prefer watching on YouTube, then you can watch us there. We also upload the VODs immediately on the channel. So all the VODs are available under the live tab over on our YouTube. So consider checking us out. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We're going to be back in 1.5 hours. Our weekends are usually full of StarCraft. So if you want some more StarCraft, we're going to be back in 1 hour and 40 minutes. We're going to be casting the Hatchery Cup. There's going to be Hatchery Cup number, is it 12? Let me just double check. Yes, Hatchery Cup number 12 is in an hour and 40 minutes. So I have a little bit of time to get some breakfast. I'm gonna quickly get some food. I'm gonna quickly freshen up, restart my PC, set up all the overlays, set up everything, because in an hour and a half, we're live here with the Hatchery Cup. You may be wondering, the hell is that? Is Hatchery Cup? Is that like full of ZVZs? No, papi, no. It is an event hosted and organized by Hatsu. Big shout out to Hatsu. She has been organizing her own events for quite some time now, and it is a European-centric event. It is open to all regions, but expect players from, Poland, players like Geralt, Cristiano, Wayne, Mindel VK, Jan Jakov, Rostock as well. Like, plenty of European players do compete in the Hatchery Cup, so if you're interested, we got you covered there. It's at a really bad time zone for Koreans, so don't expect many Koreans. It's also bench time for the Americas as well. That's why it's at a European-friendly time zone and mainly European-centric. But yeah, consider checking it out. It's going to be a lot of good fun. It's going to be amazing. Let me actually just double-check. Let me check who signed up for the Hatchery Cup. Let's see. Bam. We have the technology. We have the Wikipedia page. Un momento here. Okay, it is going to be I see Wayne, I see Ashbringer, Nickrat is there, Shameless, Cristianer, Strange, UED Soldier, Gref, the Ukrainian cannon rusher, Geralt is there, Middle VK. So again, we get plenty of players from Poland, from Ukraine, from Russia as well. So plenty of players from Europe, or from all around Europe, are going to be competing. And again, there's still another hour and a half for more signups, so expect more players as well. So again, if you're interested, follow us. We will be casting and bringing you that content as soon as we can in an hour and a half. And fun fact, after the Hatchery Cup, after we cast that in an hour and a half, we have another cast. We're going to be casting the Infolet monthly tournament. What is that, you may ask? That is a Polish-only tournament. So, dzień dobry, everyone. Dzień dobry. That is a Polish-only tournament. It is a monthly event that is going to be taking place right after the Hatchery Cup. Fun fact, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there are certain limitations to that event. As I quickly do double check. I believe that it is not locked by MMR, but they do host it on some very unique maps. Very unique maps. Let me just double check here. Okay. So, if you wanted to spice up your life a little bit, the Infolet Monthly Cup will not be on the ladder map pool. It's going to be on Abyssal Reef. That's a blast from the past. It's going to be on Abyssal Reef, King's Cove, Acid Plant, Submarine. Oh my god, it's been a long time since we've casted that. Everdream, Blackburn, and Paladino Terminal. All Legacy of the Void maps, but from a long time ago. Submarine, that was what, 2020? 2021? I think 2020-ish era of StarCraft. Abyssal Reef, that was early Legacy of the Void, Poppy. That was the OG underwater map from a long time ago. Acid Plant, I think that was like 2017, 2018. Everdream, I think that was like 2018, 2019. Blackburn, I remember vetoing that map. Or I remember vetoing King's Cove. Paladino Terminal from way back in the day. So again, we're going to be featuring some older maps later on tonight. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit more fun and a little bit less competitive, a little bit less serious. And yeah, just going to be a little bit more nostalgic instead. So, you know, we're going to be spicing it up later on tonight. So yeah, back-to-back broadcasts here in a couple of hours. See you then. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not too sure who, but we'll raid someone else. Give them some love. Give them some support. See you then. Until then, hasta luego.
Just killing him with banelings? Because like kind of...
I'm looking for a stream to raid. Thanks all for watching. Thank you everyone for watching. We'll see you guys in a couple of hours. Until then, bye. Ciao. Obrigado.